Alright, test. Let's see. Ooh, got sound levels. Hey, hi, hello. Good evening. Welcome to the middle of the week. I hope it's been going pretty well for you so far. As for me, I think I am doing pretty well. Went out today for some post-Halloween candy sales, and thankfully a convenience store near me had some candy left over, so I bought a bunch of it for like 15 bucks, so I made out like a bandit. I imagine that candy will probably last me several weeks, maybe a month. Feels good. Loud and clear. Alright, it's good to hear. Also, hello, Molecular Shadow Fox. Good to see ya. Yeah, so we're back here in the world of Forza Motorsport. Just gonna continue along the modern tour here. Yeah. Good evening. Yeah, good evening to you too. Back to the broken game. Guess I must be lucky so far, because I don't think I've encountered anything too busted just yet. It's all mechanical stuff, right? It's nothing like on the technical end so far. But yeah, we get back in here. Just yeah, I'm glad. Thankfully, after the first time, they do just like thrust you into the menu, so can do like a preload. Just start the game up and let that go for a while. And all right, so I'll just continue along the modern tour, get into your built for sport. Let's see what kind of highbrow speech they got for sports cars.
Every year, manufacturers set out to build a car of the moment.
Car of the moment.
That defines who they are.
Are.
Cars that are nimble, well-engineered, with a futuristic design aesthetic.
Aesthetic.
Not exclusive automotive fantasies. Desirable, attainable. Each offering a welcome
Maybe for a bit of a street nut.
hard-driving enthusiast.
I'm glad I didn't pre-order and waiting a bit and used Game Pass. Yeah, it's one of the things I like about Game Pass, right? It's like, just can give a game a go before you decide to plunk down some money for it. So it's pretty cool. There are definitely some games on there where I probably would not have, bought it. Or at least if I bought it like sight unseen, I might have like come to go, maybe I should have tried it out first, right? You know, that Nissan 400Z is a handsome car that is a callback to the 300ZX with those taillights. Ooh. Should we say 400Z? Or is it this one? The 2023? Because I see the other one here is the 2019 370Z. That plus it's a lot of money. Yep. Looks like amongst this crowd, the Porsche is most expensive, but oh, it does start an A class, although not that far up. 90 pounds is a lot of money to fork out for something that has a lot of issues. That is true, yeah. Yeah, at the very least, they do have like the upgrade pack. So you know, if turn 10 of Microsoft manages to iron things out, then you can go further with the buy-in. I think I might actually go with Nissan here because it is a 2023 car. Yeah. We purchase. What color? Well, obviously it's gonna be blue. And we're gonna buy it. Yep. It's kind of crazy how they'll like put certain cars into the store, right? And so it's like the cart icon. I didn't realize that first. I remember last week I tried to pick a car and I was like, yeah, you could get this if you get the welcome pack. I'm like, oh, that's why that's there. Has to be azure blue, yeah. If I get that option, then I will go for it. But otherwise, it'll be like a shade of blue or maybe something close to blue, a color that you mix with blue to make the secondary color. So probably like purple and then green. We're off to Silverstone. I think that was like the name of a Disney show. I remember that being like a Disney Channel show like a really, really long time ago. Nice, my home country. Ah, cool. Yeah, we're going all around the world. Actually, I want to bump up the difficulty a little bit. We'll try 3. Wait, oops, I didn't save that. Yeah, I was talking with like my brother and one of my brother's friends last week because they also playing Forza, and they said they're actually able to get up to like 4 and still steamroll the competition. So I'm gonna challenge myself a little bit and step it up a little bit and see if I can still finish comfortably here. Legendary track. Ooh, exciting. As usual, we'll do our practice laps. Practice laps is a thing I kind of appreciate. Yeah, get a lay of the land, maybe figure out what you need to do to kind of finish the track efficiently. Also gets you some experience for the car level. It's also the one time where they like time you on what they think are important sections, so you can see relatively how well you're doing. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, it's a nice feature to have to get used to the car and stuff. That too. If you bought your new car and you need to kind of get a feel for that as well, that's pretty good. You can at least see where they were going with it. It's a bright and sunny day. I like bright and sunny days. I think it's like my favorite kind of sky, where it's, like the completely clear sky is cool too, but I don't know. I need like a few clouds up there. Something about like a non-uniform looking sky, but still very, very clear looking. It's very calming. Yeah, I like it. Not to mention you get to do that fun thing where you look at certain clouds and go, oh, that looks a lot like this, or that looks like a lot of this. I still need to build that 400Z in Horizon. Yeah. It's a lot easier to build cars in other games, that's for sure. Yeah, some clouds to break up the heat of the sun. That too. You occasionally get the cloud that passes over the sun. Everything goes dark, but the temperature also goes down. You just get that moment's reprieve. It's nice. It's nice. Are there any other weather types that anyone's particularly inclined to? I admit, as much as I like clear skies, I also don't mind rain, as long as I'm not outside, right? If I'm outside, then rain blows, right? But if I'm inside, something about like the pitter-patter of the raindrops and just looking outside and seeing all the rain hit the ground, also calming in its own way. It's the kind of thing you can like just kick back and maybe read a book to. Uh-oh. Ah. That's okay. This is why we have practice laps, right? Sun showers. Get the smell of the petrichor is just intoxicating. That's like that rain smell, right? It's like the post-rain, you go outside and just get that. It's like the fresh, musky kind of natural smell. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's nice. I do appreciate that. Really pungent. It can be, yeah. I love being on a sofa while it's battering on the window with rain. Yeah. I used to do this thing when I was young, like when I was driving in a car. I was riding in a car with other folks are driving, I just like look out at the window and just see like the raindrops kind of hit the window and just like move, right? They move and kind of move along the window. I always just like make up stories about the raindrops for some reason. It's like how they would combine together, others would just like fall off the window, or yeah. It was very much a train of thought kind of thing, all that coming together. Oh, I did it again. Alright, so this section here is where I really gotta pay attention to. Noted. Alright. Let's do it. We're getting in here. My fave time of year at the moment. That nice autumn smell in the air, the leaves falling on all that. Yeah, it's really colorful. Hello, one moment. How do I do this? Give me... Here, maybe if I go to this mode. Oh, I guess... I must have taken care of it. Alright. I have to be careful though. I nearly fell and broke my neck on wet leaves today. Oh yeah, something you gotta be mindful for. It's like walking on ice. Yeah, kind of sucks, right? So you don't normally expect leaves to kind of make you slip, but yeah, combination of leaves and rain. Maybe it doesn't even have to be that. It could just be like really damp weather or something. All right, let's get started here. Oh wow. Based on the way I went off-road, they're not projecting anything big here. All right, how's about I start 14th place then? Oh, I forgot. I did increase the difficulty, so that might have something to do with it as well. Yeah, definitely had instances where I was walking on the sidewalk and I just like nearly slipped, and I think there was only once where I actually fell. Thankfully, that didn't do too much to me. Yeah, I guess unlike winter, you can usually, at least in winter, you can tell which spots on the sidewalk on the road are usually, you know, iced over, and probably should be mindful to either step around or be very careful stepping through. Leaves, it might not be as obvious. But yeah, fall weather. I've come to appreciate it for the same reasons as spring, because it's like the point of time which it's really temperate. It's cool enough that you know, you can dress with extra layers or dress still lightly, and you'll probably still feel okay. Unlike winter and summer, obviously. Not to mention the whole sweater weather aspect of the thing is just, I do find that appealing. I've come to gain an appreciation of sweaters. It's like the perfect combo of like cute and cozy, right? You get the right sweater on and just like, yeah, I'm gonna be warm and also gonna look great doing so. Hey, that wasn't my fault. That's probably why there's no penalty there. Oh man, we got 6 laps. Okay, so plenty of time to kind of catch up here. Shouldn't fret too much. You know, the other clothing style that I've kind of also taken a particular liking to is just the layered style, where you got like the light clothing for your inside, and then wear like a coat or a jacket or like a cardigan over that. I don't know, something about that. Just I think it's also can look pretty cute if you manage to pull it off well. Not to mention the whole layered thing also works to an advantage, right? Because if you get like too hot at some point, you can just you can take it off, and if you have it off and you're feeling a little cold, then you got a jacket you can throw on. Not to mention you can like completely change like the mood of a style depending on what you have. Like, if you have a certain kind of like, say, a dress that would normally be the kind of thing you would like wear to a party, but you can like throw a cardigan or a blazer on top of it, make it look more business-like, and once the day is done, take it off and like, all right, time for a night on the town. And that's pretty cool too. It's like when you think about it, if you have like a lot of light inner clothes and more heavy outer clothes, then you've got like a lot more styles that you can put together by mixing and matching everything. So that's like pretty cool. Especially have like a different variety of colors and styles than you can really go out of the way from. Yeah, the classic look of a turtleneck and a blazer. Yeah, that's makes for nice, real, formal, cozy look. I do enjoy that. It's like double the modesty, really. Got the formality of the blazer, and then the modesty of the turtleneck. Just comes together real well.
3 more.
Alright, halfway there, but looks like the top 4 places are pretty far away, so we'll have to do a little bit of good racing to catch up to them. Or maybe that's not happening? Yeah, we'll see, we'll see. Could be like one of those cases where I can only really close the distance at certain points. Other points I just have to try to race well to not lose the ground that I managed to gain in the other parts. I mean, I feel like I am closing in on them. It does look like they are getting closer. I just have to, not mess up. Hey, that's what rewinds are for. Consistency and all that, exactly. Higher difficulties just mean I have fewer opportunities to mess up. That's how it feels anyway. I feel like if I could just like close the distance between these next 3 folks up here, I could actually jump my position by a lot. we go. My one chance to really close it. It will help once you unlock a few upgrades. Oh, I'm sure of that. I am sure of that. I feel like I might be getting closer to them. It's like right here where I'm like so close I can taste it. Alright. If I can at least break third, I'll be fine. Because that's where the bonuses get handed out. Aw, man, this is it. This is do or die. Don't stop for nothing. Excuse me, coming through. Yeah, there's no hope of catching up to first place at this point. They're too far ahead for me. I will probably just have enough distance to get past third, maybe. Maybe even second if I'm lucky. Oh man. Ah, so close. All right, we'll get him in the next straight. Maybe we'll get him at the next turn. Nice thing about these cars is that they're not like fully committed to the line. If you do get like between them, they'll at least try to stay out of your way. So, you know, at least they try to play fair, unlike me. Haha. Okay, you know what? Third place. I am happy with this. This is okay. Because, hey, you know what? Still podium, right? By the way, nice job on threading that needle with the Hyundai Veloster. Thanks. I'm surprised I was able to get through that as cleanly as I did. Yeah, look at that. Huh. Okay, so the background is like a little bit more detailed. I remember that being like a blurry mess last week. I wonder if they patched that up. I mean, I know I'm playing it on low, so I'm not expecting like, you know, the most sharp detailed of backgrounds, but it was really different looking last week. Alright, we'll take our 12,000 credits and our various parts. And next race. Yeah, we're gonna continue. We'll just auto upgrade here. Yup. All right. Let's see if this slightly tricked up car will get us further to the national circuit. Man, I still love these loading screens. I don't know, I guess it must be because I did like a little bit of 3D design back in high school, so that always just reminds me of, like, that must be what people were looking at, you know, when they're like surveying the place for some reason or another.
Will test you, because if you're precise, you won't need to use any brake before you turn into it.
Oh, is that so? If you get like the best racing line, you won't have to use any brakes. Yeah, it's got that F1 style track presentation with the track layout. You can just imagine commentators just going over it. Oh yeah, so we're gonna go over here. You see this turn here is gonna be the trickiest one, cause if they get the turning right, they won't even need to use the brakes as they go around it. Maybe just like throw up some stats in the heat map too, just to show how the racers usually take that section of the track, and yeah. I can imagine a lot of things they could do with that, and it's all pretty cool. Alright, minute 38 is the target time. This is the horseshoe. I I'd imagine like some of these sections are names that have actually been given to them, these parts of the track in real life. But I wonder how many of them Turn 10 had to go make names for. Just like, all right, what should we call this? What would be the most meaningful thing we could call this section here? Be a nice addition, having presented like you'd see on the TV with the pundits and stuff. Yeah, that would be pretty fun. Like, I'm not sure if well, as long as they make it like an optional thing, right? As long as they make like a race commentary optional thing, that would be pretty neat. So I remember it was Street Fighter 6 allowing you to kind of turn on commentary by a couple of famous FGC announcers, and that was like pretty fun. Pretty fun the first few times I used it. Helpful too in like certain ways, but yeah, after a while it's just like, yeah, you hear all the lines that they've had, that they've recorded, that they've said, and you're like, all right, I'm good. I think I like completely missed the gambler. I just like was driving down the track and I didn't see it come up. That's me. Failed the spot check. Whoops. I'll see if I can keep a lookout for it this time. Hey, another personal best. I'm a little shocked. Most of the times it seems like I get like the first one is the personal best and the other two times I'm just fumbling madly some way or another. Yeah, you're a little too slow. I need to get around you. Yeah, like this one, turn 5 to turn 6. Like, something tells me this is not what people usually call that section of the track. Or maybe this is like the standard they go for if the track doesn't, if the people don't have like a nickname for this particular section of the track. Just like, all right, this is the one that's encompasses turn 5 and turn 6. Oh wait, was that the gambler? Or maybe the gambler just doesn't have like a time segment to it. That's probably it. Thought for sure they would have made that a section, considering the radio lady was talking about it. Also kind of enjoy this real-time display of are you ahead or not? Just to let you know, hey, you're doing okay, or you're falling a little bit behind. That's probably just like, you know, just recording a ghost and then having that invisible ghost race alongside you and just seeing where you are relative to them. And you can adjust the arrow and the color accordingly. It's like still pretty cool though. I dig it. Something nice about driving a car at sunset. It just feels like, you know, the long passage of time. You can, it kind of feels like you're seeing the passage of time in real time as you're traveling in the distance in real time as well. Just like correlates real well. All right, we'll wrap up practice there. I'm actually feeling okay about this one. We'll see how things go. Maybe I'll move myself up a little bit. We'll take fewer credits as a challenge for a better shot at, you know, getting first. I mean, they did project first to third, and I got third last race, so they're not wrong. Oh yeah, now it's nighttime. Look at that. Passage of time once again. Easy to get just distracted by the skyboxes. I know, right? Like, I imagine in this case it's probably like, you know, generic skybox, but I always liked how the Horizon games, they always just, like, you know, go to wherever they set their game and just do a 24-hour shot of the sky, so they can just stick that in the game. So that way, you know, you're getting like the authentic sky from Mexico. You're getting the authentic sky from the UK. I think also sky from Australia is like the same deal. I don't know if it was like that in Italy, France as well, but I imagine it is. Yeah, it was really interesting seeing how they recorded the skies and stuff in Mexico. No, there's no more dilly-dallying. Let's get in here. Another 6 laps, huh? Now, I may have started at 9th, but it looks like 2 cars have decided, nah, we're not giving you that. It's okay. I got 6 laps. Oh, wow, 2 of the cars really drove out a bit too far. That's okay. Yeah! Oh man, look at that. Alright, time to spend the next 5 laps trying to catch up to these folks. These 4 folks in front here. Oh, I am pretty close, so maybe it won't be as harrowing. Something about a night drive, it's like both calming and frightening depending on where you are. Calming because usually at night, obviously, there's not as many people around and tends to be a lot quieter, so you can be a bit more at peace. Also harrowing because, hey, it's dark. And, you know, if you happen to get into an accident, probably gonna have to wait longer for assistance to arrive. At which point, you'll be alone with your thoughts. It's terrifying when there's no street lighting. Yeah, that's kind of the main factor, the whole thing, right? If all you got are your headlamps, then yeah. You're always going to be wondering, oh, geez, is there anything that's just lurking beyond the dark? Just waiting in the shadows? You just have to hope that, no, there isn't. But you never know, right? Because there was always a chance, like, a Gru could show up or something like that, right? Times like these, I'm thankful my car has a night vision HUD. Ah, that's good stuff. Is that like something cars have these days? I know things like backup cameras and like projected overhead views are like commonplace, but I guess a night vision mode is probably something that's become more commonplace as well. I could see the reasoning for it. Especially useful for like the super heavy duty vehicles, I imagine. Like the ones in SnowRunner, am I right? Ones in the SnowRunner where you're frequently going to be driving in the wilderness and in the dark and treacherous locations. You probably want some sort of night vision functionality on your thing. A lot of the high-end cars have them, yeah. At the very least, it gives you peace of mind, if nothing else. Or, you know, you flip it on, you see a thing running towards you, you're like, ah, no, ah! No, I'm kidding. Seriously, if that were to happen to me, though, I'd probably be, like, seriously spooked. Well, it'd have to be to the point where, you know, if someone were to come with helpful intentions, I'd probably have them prove it some way or another. Just be like, yeah, no, show your ID or something so I know you're not trying to bamboozle me or anything like that. Can see that rogue deer pop out. There is that too. Can anticipate wildlife just darting out in front of you. Yeah, my family has like 2 instances where, you know, they had a rogue deer just kind of come out, smack into the car, cause damage, and we need to get it fixed up. I think both times, like, the deer ran away, so unfortunately, well, we don't know what happened to them, but, well, can't imagine it can be good. Yeah, the first time, I think we were, like, driving home from a really long trip and kind of just, like, leapt out, and, you know, that was annoying because it was already pretty late, so we had to stay out even later, and, you know, by the time we got home, we're like, yeah, we're done, just go to bed. I think the second time, I wasn't personally in, like, during that drive, but I got the call. Or at least my parents got the call from my sibling who was driving, and they said, yeah, I had a deer hit my vehicle, and, you know, they were a bit shaken, so my parent drove out, helped them out, and apparently someone else also stopped and kind of helped them out too, so that was, like, pretty cool. Again, that was late at night, so yeah. Seen those really big stags mess up a car. Oh yeah. Thankfully the ones ones that ran into us weren't like that. But yeah, if they had like big antlers and stuff, I can imagine them doing extensive damage to the front, maybe to the windshield too. I can imagine it really shake you up. Oh yeah. Doesn't matter who or what, right? If a body hits your car in some way or another, it's just gonna... It's a really loud thud, right? It's a loud thud, and you know, when you've kind of grown complacent with the current state of things, just having that loud thud, you know, just seeing like a thing just roll off the hood of your car, just, yeah. It's not something I would wish on anyone, that's for sure. Yeah, grab the pickup. We're having venison for tea. Have you ever deer meat? I have. I've had like my share of deer meat. It's pretty good actually. I enjoy it. Favorite things to do with deer meat is just like cut it up into cubes and just have it with some cheese. It's a nice snack, right? You can make it like a protein pack or something like that. I guess that's what you would do with it. Have that with like some peanuts and get yourself some energy to get through the day. It works pretty well. It's like either that or have it with like a pretzel bun, right? Have it with a pretzel bun, maybe Swiss cheese or provolone. It's like a really, really good sandwich. Nice, rich, and hearty. Yeah, I have. You have to cook it right or it goes tougher than a $2 steak. I can imagine.
Final lap. You got this.
I find it tastes a lot like liver, very strong and gamey. I know it's like a very distinct taste from, you know, pork, chicken, beef, which is why I kind of dig it. Right, so it's like the kind of meat I would eat if I'm not in the mood for, like, you know, pork, chicken, beef, which is very rare. I also feel like it's like the kind of meat that's like pretty good if you eat it cold too. Wow, that might be just me though. Might be just like how they serve the venison where I'm at. I'm sure there are plenty of ways to enjoy good cooked hot venison. Now I want to look that up. I also want to look up, hey, what are some good recipes for deer meat? You know, that aren't like, you know, charcuterie board. That would be something I could look up. With a nice red wine juice, potatoes, etc. That sounds like a good one. Meat with like most any potatoes tends to go pretty well, but imagine that would really enhance a good venison meat. Hey, look at that, first place. This is because I decided to start 4 places up. Okay, so
We finished P1.
starting at 9th is a pretty, lets me hit first place pretty comfortably. 13th, maybe not so much. So maybe I'll try starting a little further back next race and see how that goes. I've seen some use it in a Wellington instead of beef. I could see that going well. Ah, 3rd place was Atomic Tires. Surprised their Atomic Tires held out for the entire race. Alright. Let's get our rewards. 13,000 credits. Got a fuel system, spring and dampers, a differential, flywheel. It's like parts. Ooh, the rear wing. Yeah, alright. Now I can make this car look super street. I'm gonna continue. Yeah, that's right. Just put all the things on there. Hopefully they put the rear wing on there. Is that something I gotta put on myself? Yeah, here we go. Aero and appearance, so... Oh, I see why they didn't put it on. One, I don't have enough CP, but also decreases my speed by a lot. Hit up our local butcher and you get exotic meats like zebra, alligator, and ostrich. Oh, wow. I don't think there's anyone near my area that serves those meats. At least, I'm not aware of that, but... It's very interesting. Have you ever had any of those? I've definitely seen alligator meat dishes. At least I've seen people talk about them.
Maple Valley
It's more of a
is wide,
southern
fast,
thing,
and mostly
southern
forgiving,
US thing.
So get to know where the fastest race line is through every segment, but be prepared to do plenty of overtaking off that line.
Ah, Maple Valley. This is the Forza Motorsport classic. I kind of dig that when you see the other fella kind of hit the back of the head. Yeah, hey, good luck out there. You got this, man. Ostrich, yeah, that's very good because it's super lean with almost 0 fat. I think most poultry are like that, right? Most bird meat. That's pretty cool. Imagine around here, it's only like the highest end of restaurants that would serve some sort of ostrich-based dish. And I don't even know if you'd see something like zebra. Alligator would be a regional thing, like I said before. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Oh. Yeah, this is kind of like a figure-8 track. Other than crossover. I know y'all have elk there, too. I don't think I'm near a place that serves that either, but I wouldn't be surprised. also want to look that up. What are the most out there dishes that restaurants serve that aren't, you know, just, hey, here's a ton of meat in one spot? Hey, wow, just barely made the target time. Another second and I wouldn't have made it. Oh, yeah. Snake in India and dog in China. Yep. It's like different standards for different locales. Yeah. That being said, I know I played Sea of Thieves, and snake meat is definitely a thing you can cook there. Obviously, you want to cook it as you would with most meats, but it's reptile meat. I don't know how that is. I personally haven't had any reptile meat myself. Yeah, you get a meal and a pair of boots out of it, too. Or, you know, maybe a belt, or the holster, maybe a glove. Depending on how much snake skin you get out of it. Gotta admit, snakeskin pattern is not something I want to be like a primary style, but I could probably, I don't know, if it were like maybe a very small part of an ensemble, I might be okay with it. As far as like patterns or styles go, I'd admit it'd probably be either like argyle or maybe checkered pattern or plaid. I don't know. So those usually go pretty well in a lot of color combinations, as long as you know you don't overdo it. Right. I think that's like one of the things I read about fashion tips. It's like you usually only want one piece of your outfit to have like a really complicated pattern. So, you know, for example, if your top is the one with like, you know, the plaid pattern or argyle or something like that, just make everything else about your outfit monocolor or simple colored like that, right? Because you put too many patterns together and just all clashes and looks off. OMG, this connection is killing me. The storm we got coming in might have something to do with it. Oh no. Stay safe, though. And yeah, I hate it when I'm like about ready to kick back, relax with my favorite stream, and then internet goes, nah. It's like that meme, right? It's like, what if you wanted to watch your favorite streamer, but then God said, weather, and then connection error. Can't tell you the number of times it's happened to me where, like, you know, I just lose connection for longest time, right? I'm just like desperate. I just like, you know, sitting there tapping my feet. It's like waiting. Okay, when is my ISP gonna tell me, hey, we got things fixed up now? You know, I go, oh, it's ready. Then I refresh, and then, you know, Twitch gets back to me. Oh yeah, they ended their stream. I'm like, damn it. I hate it when it happens. It's like even worse if they're, you know, not the one to go and put their VODs up elsewhere, because it's like, I could have been there. I could have seen some stuff, but nah. The world had other plans for me that day. Storm Babbitt. Oh man. Yeah, definitely stay safe. I know it's just a storm, but still. Oh, I realized, you know what? I finished my 3 laps. Why don't we wrap this up? So busy chatting, I didn't even realize that I could end practice. Who names these things, though? Yeah, it is interesting how I do wonder how they decide on what names to go with the storms here. Okay. Oh wow, they're projecting a first place victory all the way. Wait, really? Was I? Even if I start back here? I mean, I'm not going to start back here because that's like a bit too much of a jump for me, but 10th? Or maybe even 11th? Yeah, let's do 11th. Let's see how that goes. Because I got kicked back to 11th in the last race anyway, so it's not like this is going to be a different... Huh. Vermont, USA. So this is where this track theoretically would be. Vermont. I don't think I've been there personally, but it might be fun to visit. I don't know if I would want to live there, but I think if I found a good vacation locale in Vermont someday, I might go there. Just to mix things up, right? I do enjoy my beach trips, but you know, good forest vacation might do me some good as well. Man, this fog though. This is the kind of weather that's like perhaps the most scary to me. Because you know, it's not like the dark where if you can like cut through it by increasing the light. Nah, it's this one. It's like even if you increase the light, there's only going to be so much more you can see ahead of you. After a certain point, you're just gonna have to really take it easy. Can't mitigate it much. Classic New England in autumn, I bet. Oh man, you hear that audio? You hear that audio mixing they did there? Make it sound like you're actually going through a tunnel. That and it makes your hair go all frizzy. Yeah, I know, right? I remember this section of the track when they showed it off on E3. Okay, catching up to second and first might take a bit more work. Personally, I'm glad now I didn't start all the way in the back like I was thinking of doing. It's definitely gonna take me like all 2 of my remaining laps to catch up to them, I imagine. But yeah, the mornings where you wake up and you look out and like, oh man, there's fog everywhere. Yeah, that morning drive is gonna suck. Especially if you live like near a river. Imagine likelihood of fog just increases from there. Alright, we're pretty close. I imagine on the next turn we can see if we can take them. Zoom. Alright, one more. Ah, man. Okay. Here? Yeah, here. We're going here. Aha, that's right out of my way. Coming through. My early morning drives to farms are like that, like 4 or 5 a.m. Woo! Yeah, especially out in the countryside. Imaginations, can go wild there. Just imagine, oh man, what's hiding in the fog? Nothing most of the time, but like that film, The Mist. Oh boy. Don't even start with that one. Personally, haven't watched the film myself, but read the synopsis on it and like, good lord. I don't get me wrong. I know it's Stephen King's thing, right? Just making all sorts of odd and horrific situations. That one just takes your fear of the fog and just makes it manifest. Yes, no, what if there were just a bunch of really violent creatures just hiding in there, just hiding in the fog? Yeah, they're for real. Also, the place where you're hiding, you know, supplies are limited, so eventually it's not going to be a safe space forever. It's no substitution for the fog, the OG 80s one. Ah, is that so? I don't think I've heard of that film. Like, I don't think my friends even brought it up when we were doing movie nights back in the day. Then again, I think my friends were looking for more like the camp kind of film. Camp plus horror. Something that's like absurd. At the very least, it's hard to take seriously because the effects budget in those films was not the highest. Man, it's been a while since we did a movie night. I think we just kind of stopped because the guy who organized them originally just got really busy. Understandably so, because he had a family to take care of, so he just kind of fell off. What was once movie nights is just back to game nights again, so it's not too bad. Like Sleepaway Camp. I've heard of that one. I haven't watched it myself, but I've heard of it. And again, I know in the U.S. at least, like that period of time, like I want to say maybe 50s to maybe even the 90s, was rife with a lot of those sorts of, you know, kind of cheap, low budget horror in quotes flicks. You know, just take a premise, take a bunch of characters that You love the hate, and then just watch them all eat it to the antagonist of the film. One by one, or maybe even by two, depending on the scene, right? Oh, hey. Oh, hey, look. I just finished another race, just like that.
Good work out there. P1.
P1. You know, the way they separated that out, it sounds alright, right? It sounds like the way someone might actually would speak in real life, so... Hey, look at that, we're halfway through this event. Oh, man. Some of these folks got some cool liveries. And here I am stuck with generic-ass blue color. Was hard to come by a lot of them because of the whole video nasty thing here in England. Oh! People were just like really cracking down on that. They were like, oh, this film is too exploitative and stuff, we can't distribute it. We have a couple scares like that here in the USA, although maybe it's like less around films and more around like comic books and video games. Some could say they might still even be ongoing to an extent. Alright, we enter the back half. Just check out this car a little bit more. After the James Bulger murder, they created the Video Nasties list and a lot were banned for 30 plus years. Good lord. Did they actually call it Video Nasties? Because, man. I feel like I would maybe put something a bit more... I don't know. Nasties does not seem like the kind of word I would use to put out. Hey, this is banned media list. Yep, they did. Oh, man. Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. We're in Spain, baby.
Catalunya is notorious for high
Catalunya.
changes
Got it.
due to downhill and off-camber turns, which require minimal braking and consistent speed.
You could roll around at the speed of sound. Is that what they're getting at? All the classic slasher films and stuff. Oh, man. I mean, yeah. One could argue, yes, there might be some things about them, but certainly not to the degree that you would just prohibit them entirely, right? Maybe slap an advisor on them or something, but yeah. Or ratings, age ratings, something like that, but yeah, definitely not just, no, you can't distribute them here whatsoever. That's that's not how you do it, as the people these days might say. This ain't it, chief. This ain't it. Because, yeah, the adults who maybe want to watch them, they know what they're going in for. They know what's in there. It would be a different thing if, you know, a kid were to pick it up. But then you would usually go, hey, maybe try to find an adult or maybe stop them from getting it entirely. That's its own can of worms. There was like a period of time where I guess I still looked like I was the high school kid, but you know, despite being out of high school. The one I remember the most was when I went to buy like a copy of Persona 4 and went to go check out, and the cashier just kind of looked at me, and my mom was there, so The cashier asked my mom, "Hey, are you okay with your kid playing this game?" Which has, and started kind of naming off the stuff the ESRB is talking about. And I said, "Hey, look, it's fine. I'm older than 17. It's all good." And then my mom just like, yeah, he's out of high school. It's all good. I'm cool with it anyways. But yeah, it's like fun time there. This was when folk would record the films from the cinema, so you get people getting up for the bathroom and stuff. Oh! The classic bootleg tactic. Yeah. Ah, those were fun times, right? You wanted to see like the film, didn't want to go to the theater to because you didn't have the money for it, so you just look around desperately to find the full-length feature. Eventually you find it, and it turned out it was like, oh, it was a recording in the theater. Ah, fun times. Let's see, imagine... I guess one thing I do have a question about is the bathroom. Why would they go to the bathroom? Is it like they would swap out tapes, or they just need to make sure quality was good? Oh man. Really botched that turn. I know that feeling. I had a similar thing when I wanted a t-shirt by the band Cannibal Corpse. The woman was all, "Is this really appropriate for him?" Yeah. Definitely had several other times where, people would ask me to verify my age because I guess I didn't look quite old enough to be where I was. I think there was another time where I was walking through a casino. And yeah, I was definitely getting people asking me, "Hey, can I see your ID?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure." Because, I know that they were just doing their job, right? They gotta make sure, because, they let one slip by, and turns out it should have been one they should have flagged down, and, well, it's gonna hurt them, so. I was like 9 at the time. Oh. I mean, they're just a band, right? So you would have to listen to more like the kinds of songs they sing and the lyrics that they include in their overarching themes, and and if that's all good, then should be fine. We'll see, this is the race where I get like my best times on the first or second lap, and subsequent times, the sections I end up going much slower on. Or not much, I should say, a little slower on. For all intents and purposes, I'm still doing okay. I always wore band t-shirts back then. Yeah, that was definitely a thing. I know a couple of my friends were kind of the same way. Music was like the one way they could express themselves, or at least feel like they knew, so they would, identify with the kind of music that they would listen to. As for me, all my shirts, most of my shirts are like related to like games or funny jokes. Or like a handful of them were like hand-me-downs from my older brother, so they might have been sports too. Also video games, because he likes video games as well. Alright, let's wrap this up. Is there like a particular t-shirt anyone had like a fondness for? I'm trying to think if I had any kind of t-shirt that I really liked. It would probably have to be like the t-shirts I got from the Penny Arcade store. Or actually, no, not that one. Mine was like a really old VG Cat shirt that was like Eat, Sleep, Breathe video games. It was like based off their comics that where they had that, right? It was like a real life thing, and they were like making fun of how Pokemon only know 4 moves, and so since all the moves in the comic were like related to essential human functions, well, yeah, that was kind of the gag. Yeah, I always like Eat, Sleep, Breathe video games because of just I identified with it, right? It was like a good day for me. Eat, sleep, breathe, play video games. Yeah. Band merch, wrestling merch, and these days it's all furry shirts and hoodies. I always loved wearing my Iron Maiden shirts. Ooh, I imagine that's a good one. A lot of people won't give you heat for liking Iron Maiden. Wow, even starting in 3rd, they only project me to get 1st to 3rd. And we have here 1st to 3rd, all the way up to 5th. You know what? Maybe I should take their advice here. I'll start at 5th. Had a few Sonic ones too. Definitely have had a couple of Sonic the Hedgehog shirts. Oh man, look at all this rain. It's gonna be slippy slidey, so I can at least see why the projections were much different this race. Ooh, we're getting a rolling start. Okay. Because they know people trying to start from neutral just to not work out, because they would be spinning for like the first second or so. So they're like, yeah, no, get started and make sure you try to keep pace with everyone else, and we'll let you know when you can start vying for pole position. Oh yeah, look at me. Just slipping and sliding around here. Yup. That's rainy weather for you. A very frightening condition if you're driving out there, because you know you gotta change the entire way you drive. You gotta be ready to brake earlier, because you know it's gonna take longer for you to kind of, you know, lower your speed. And you gotta keep your distance from everyone as well. Can't always trust them to be doing the right thing, so you gotta... The only one you can watch out for is yourself. And this is all on the tarmac. It's all on the pavement. If you're going off-road, then it's just even worse, because now you also have to make sure you don't find yourself stuck in like a mud pit or something like that, right? Don't ever get to the point where your tires, you hit this, you hit the accelerator, and all your tire does is spin. Oh, I guess also comes with like the reduced visibility that just comes with the rain, because, hey, it's the rain, it's gonna obscure your vision. And you know it gets really bad when you got like the super intense rainstorms where like even having the windshield wipers just going constantly doesn't clear things up very much. Oh, we got like lightning and thunder in the background too. Thunderbolts and lightning. Very, very frightening. And Galileo. This is a 4-lap dealio. Alright. Well, I'm keeping pace with him, so... Uh-oh. See, that could have been bad, but I guess the game was very forgiving of me right there. This is typical English summer weather right there. I think this is also like pretty standard weather in like Southeast Asia. At least I know. There's is like a period of the season where just you get the super intense rainstorms. Like I know when I was visiting there during the summer, definitely had the moments where you just look out and just see the rain just like come down. You're pouring in buckets. Yeah. See, this is, as I mentioned earlier, this is the kind of weather that's like, that's alright. It's pretty good if you're inside, but if you get caught in it, or you know, you gotta go outside for some reason or another, just, it's a pain in the neck. Or you know, you got plans, right? You got some plans, you wanna go somewhere, or you just wanna decide to go, oh hey, I'm gonna go take a walk. You look out and like, it's rain, oh, well, never mind. But on the other hand, yeah, you can kick back with a book or just watch a stream or maybe lie down, be with your thoughts. Just gotta switch things up. Proper sunny for a few days, then a day or two of thunderstorms and downpours. I feel like that's how like rainstorms seem to go these days, at least where I am. There's like rarely a period where you'll get like all day rain. Most of the time, if it's rain, it'll just be something like a small steady one, maybe a drizzle, but rarely do you get anything like a really, really intense rain for an extended period of time. That's just me though. I know it could happen elsewhere. Usually waits for me to leave the house before it starts raining. Man, it does feel like that sometimes, right? Like back when I was walking to and from work, there were definitely those days where it would be raining, right? It would start raining like midday, and you know, even if I had my umbrella, by the time I get back home, it'll just be like I'd be like super soaked, right? From head to toe, and I had to throw my clothes on the radiator to try to get it all dry before too late. Those are different times. I'll say that much. That, and you get the really hot, muggy weather. Yeah, the post-rain summer weather, where humidity just jumps like by like 1,000%, because of course it would. All the water's evaporating, but yeah, it just makes it super unpleasant to go outside. At which point you're like, yep, I guess I'll just either stay in again or make sure I dress like super light. That's the one thing I can at least appreciate about summer weather. It's like, yeah, you can get away with wearing like looser clothing, lighter clothing, and you know, people usually won't bat an eye at it. Allows for different kinds of styles, right? Summer weather's all about the light fabrics. Winter weather's all about the heavy fabrics and layers. And spring and fall, you kind of get the in-between. fall maybe with a bit more emphasis on looking cozy, and spring with a bit more of an emphasis on looking breezy. Makes me super grumpy. I bet.
One more lap.
Can be pouring down, you see folks out jogging and stuff. Yeah, I don't know how those people do it. And again, I'm guessing probably it helps their workout. Because you imagine that adverse conditions means they have to work harder, which I guess helps them out. Improves their exercise rate, although that might also tire them out more, depending on what they do. Usually in shorts, yeah. That'd be like the kind of thing where you'd hope they just like hit the shower like right afterwards. I mean, you'd hope they'd hit the shower regardless of the weather, but imagine after a rainstorm, yeah, you definitely want to hit the shower. Maybe throw all those clothes in the wash. Which you would want to do anyway, regardless of weather, but imagine raining weather would make it extra so. Yeah, the idea of like getting my legs wet. I feel like if I knew that were to happen, I would definitely want to wear pants. I don't know, shorts would be like I feel icky afterwards. I don't know why. I just would. Definitely not for me. I get enough exercise just driving a truck, I can imagine. It's a very, very mental exercise right there. You just got to be alert at all times, and you gotta like, you know, keep your mind on more things than just you in the vehicle. You gotta pay mind to the trailer. You gotta pay mind to the stuff inside the trailer. You gotta pay mind to like a lot more cars around you. A lot more than you would normally would in a smaller vehicle. That's for sure. Yeah, I got big respect for truck drivers. It's like that's a job that takes a lot of concentration. Whew. Another first place finish. And just like that.
We finished P1.
2 races to go. Yeah, I'm just gonna continue. 14,000 credits. Reversing in the pitch black. I don't even want to imagine that. Oh man. That'd be like one of those instances where backup camera would super come in handy. Though I don't know how practical backup camera, like say on the trailer, would be. Is that a thing? Alright, next race. We're off to Suzuka. Alright. I can see a really long straightaway, and it seems like most of the curves here aren't too bad. Had that the other week, picking up from a mushroom farm in the middle of nowhere. Oh boy.
Suzuka features noticeable elevation changes.
Yeah, when you got like really sensitive produce that you're carrying, just gotta be super mindful of that. It's just... There we go, our drivers walk into the car, about ready to take this track on. Off we go. It's a really good thing they started us before the break section. I thought the timer was going to give in. I guess it's up here. Okay. Yep, the radar says it's up here, so we start. Needs an Azure Gale logo on it. Maybe in time. I haven't even thought about that. I mean, I got like some ideas in mind for what I think I would want my logo to be, but that's all they are at the moment. They're just thoughts in my mind. Again, I'm a little ways off from maybe getting to that point, so... Oh yeah, clear room for improvement right there, that's for sure. No, I was completely wrong when I said this track wouldn't have any really intense turns, because there was one right there. We are racing the full circuit, so that makes sense. The spoon curve. There is no spoon curve. But there is actually, because I'm driving through it right now. Ah, oh. Ooh, okay. Used to hate this course in Gran Turismo. 10 laps of it felt forever. Oh yeah, seeing the lap times like 2:40, I could totally see that actually. Oh my god. That's like almost 15 minutes worth of driving right there. My god, that's a lot. Actually, not almost. That's like 25-ish minutes of driving. I'd say almost around 27, right? Almost 27 minutes worth of driving. Yeah. Whole ass half hour for like one race. Then again, Gran Turismo was like the series that also gave you like the authentic 24-hour races, right? So, you know, marathon races are kind of part and parcel with that series, I imagine. At the very least, they're not afraid to give those to you. And 70 plus laps in F1, dear God. I feel like there were like some games in that series that let you like save your progress. Like you could drive like a certain number of laps and then you could kind of, you know, save your progress, come back to it later, and then finish the rest of the race. You didn't have to do it all in one go. I remember that, or maybe that was like another game, but there was a game that, you know, didn't require you to do the entirety of a marathon race in one sitting, because, yeah, it's a lot to ask for. I don't know. Seems like marathon achievements have at the very least kind of fallen out of favor, if not completely disappeared. Because, yeah, there were like a couple of them, like even a few years back, that have become famous for just the amount of time it required you to kind of finish them. Like what? There's the one in Dead Rising 1 where you had to do like 7 days in endless mode. I think that equated to about like what, half a day in real time, I think. Hard enough doing 50 laps of the Goliath. Jeez Louise, and that track takes you maybe 15 minutes to finish, yeah. Sitting there for hours. At that point, might as well just, like, you know, put all the assists on so that you only have to hold accelerate, because, well, why else would you be doing 50 laps of the Goliath? Seriously. Yeah. There was that, I think. Oh, the one that I actually put any effort into actually getting was the Bladder Steel Award and Rock Band 2. And that was the one where you had to play through to every song they had in the game. There's like a particular set list in that game where that was like every song in the base game. And you had to play through it in the entirety without pausing or failing out. And you could imagine, yes, that would take you the better part of a day to actually finish. So, highly recommended that you played on medium, and you knew which songs had like the long breaks in them, so you could like run to the bathroom or to the kitchen to relieve yourself, get a drink, whatever, before you had to come back and continue playing notes. The only one I actually got, and these days I don't know if I would do another one because, yeah, it was more time consuming than anything, right? Yep, 8.5 hours sat there in one sitting. Oh good God, your poor fingers. Yep, there was that too. Had to swear off gaming for a day or two to rest them up. I mean, at the very least, I did it on Saturday, so had the whole of Sunday to kind of just get it all back together. Thankfully. Oh my God! I just realized practice is done. I can get to the race. I was driving for like a whole few extra minutes before I realized I didn't need to do that anymore. Whoops. Alright, let's see where they... Wow, great racing. For more challenge, consider increasing driver tire difficulty or moving yourself down the starting grid order. You mean like right here, where you project me to finish 2nd to 4th? Wow! They aren't even giving me a range here. They're saying, yeah, if you start here, we're projecting a straight 2nd. It's not even a range. No, you're gonna finish 2nd. All right. If I start here, they project me to finish 1st. Okay, how's about I do 7th place then? We'll see how that goes. Had controller thumb myself a few months ago, and OMG, I didn't realize it hurt so bad. Yeah. Kind of thing where I realized limbering up your fingers, every now and then. Giving a stretch, like how they recommend you get up off... If you sat for a long time, you get up and maybe walk around or stretch for a few minutes. It's like... something like 5 minutes every hour or something like that. But yeah. Wanna introduce... make sure you keep that range of motions handy, because... otherwise, your limbs get cramped up and that don't feel great. Alright, another 4-lapper. Aw, jeez. This is Forza Motorsport, not Burnout. That is advice I should be telling myself as well. Haha, look at the fool who drove in the grass. Smell you later. I mean, it probably doesn't smell too bad, because, imagine this grass is freshly cut. So at the very least, they get that. On the other hand, it is mowed grass, so hopefully they don't have any, like, pollen allergies, because... woo-wee! That would suck. Alright, here's my chance. Nice to see drivatars make mistakes sometimes. It is nice. It is nice. Makes them feel human, at least. Yeah, I do like it that you do see, like, several of them go off track, because it's like, oh, hey, look, they might have miscalculated the turn there. Yeah, I think they even specifically said, you know, higher difficulties just means that your computer opponents are less likely to make mistakes. Yeah, they definitely do that whole thing where they're not completely committed to the racing line. You know, if you're on it and you're beside them, then they'll stay out of the way, even if it means they take the hit. Are you listening, Horizon? None of this driving like they're on rails. Yes. Yes. We'll see if they can, like, you know, bring this into Horizon 6. Because it would be pretty cool. Pretty cool if they could. Right, see the occasional driver spin out. See them stay out of the way. You know, if you're on the racing line. Saw that Horizon 5's finally getting to do the Dia de los Muertos event. It's been happening all this month. Right, it's like the first year they did like Halloween stuff. It was like more general Halloween stuff, and then last year was the 10th anniversary, so they did that. This year is like the one where they got to do the proper Dia de los Muertos. That was pretty neat. At least fight each other for places and not be rolling roadblocks. Yeah. Ah, that was always annoying. You just see them all driving a line, and you're just like, huh. Yes, that's definitely how I would race. It'll always be like that instance, too, where, you know, if you're not in first, they always have that one driver who would always finish in first, so... You know, if you didn't get your act together and finish first in, like, at least a few of those races, you were definitely going to lose out, because there'd always be that one driver who would finish first if you didn't. So yeah, you could never be in a situation where you could, like, you know, finish consistently and then still be first because everyone else was too inconsistent. Because if you didn't finish first, there would always be that one that would finish consistently first. Which I guess is an incentive to finish first, but also a bit annoying. Yeah, and then they dropped the warp drive. I have noticed that too, where if you let a race go for too long, you know, you don't catch up to first. Eventually that lead they build just becomes too insurmountable, and it's like, well, even if you try your best. Right, it's like most of the race is going to be decided early on. Right, if you don't push ahead the first, like, in like the first half of the first lap, you're probably not getting first. Just have to settle with whatever position you get. It's a nightmare when they box you in at the start. Yeah. That was always the remark, right? It's like a good number of the races are always decided on the first turn, right? When you get like everyone just like smacking into that corner, you just have to hope that you're the first one out of that out of that cluster there. Or, you know, drive in a way that you're not going to be caught in the middle of it. Either way. So one of the things I can appreciate about AI racers, I have no qualms with just smacking them around because they're obviously not playing fair, so yeah. I'm going to push them around, throw them off course, do what I can to try to slow them down, even for a bit. Or no, just use them as like buffers as I navigate the trickier turns and stuff, right? Yeah, it doesn't help when you're... yeah, in the team races, when you got bad teammates. That's its own can of worms, right? That's why I don't do trials anymore. Thankfully, seasonal playlists are, like, pretty manageable now. It's like most of the time you don't have to do the multiplayer races. Especially since I have, like, the DLC, so... Yeah, I think it's been a while since I did any of like the playground games or trials stuff. Like even the Horizon Tour, which most of the time is manageable, but I don't need to worry about that either. That was me in the trial last week. This guy in a Camaro flew up behind me at Mach 3. I hit the brakes for the turn. They ate the wall hard. That's always a fun thing to see. Right, you're trying at least to give it an honest try to race it proper, and then you got everyone else that's just like, yeah, we're just gonna fly around the track and use the walls as the guide. It does feel like they've patched in like I know in multiplayer they specifically like tell you, yeah, you hit the wall, you got a speed penalty, but it feels like it kind of just like quietly implemented that in like the single player as well, because I've definitely noticed times where I hit the wall, right, and you think it would like help you get around a curve, but nah, you slow down to a degree where any sort of positional advantage you might have gained by just going really fast past them is going to be lost, because you're going to have a really slow time getting back up to speed out of that curve. Maybe that's like also explain the lack of nitrous. I mean, I don't think Horizon was ever about nitrous, but yeah. That way you would actually have to use, you know, proper race line technique and not just drive in the wall and then use your boost to get back up to speed real quickly as you leave the curve. Brakes? I'll just use you as my brakes. Yeah, it's like the way Horizon's physics work. If you smack into a car, you lose way less speed than smacking into a wall. It's kind of nuts. Also explains why certain people drive real aggressively. I've definitely done that a few times too. In single player, of course. Only in single player. I don't do it in multiplayer, because that's not cool. But against AI racers, don't care. Or, you know, if we're in like a team race against AI, I'll make sure I like go smack all the red cars into a wall. Try to leave the blue cars alone. The teammates alone, of course. But yeah, all the red cars, they got targets on their backs. It's an underrated role in team races. You got to be the one to block the enemy cars, make sure that they don't gain anything. Is use a judicious use of the right stick to look behind you. Make sure you're always in their path, so they can't just blow ahead of you. As predictable as the sunrise that you'll get ass-packed into turn 1. Yeah.
Good work today.
It's always the decider. It's always the decider. I should say it's most of the time the decider. As the old saying goes, only a Sith deals in absolutes. People forget that the keyword is team. Yeah. It's especially annoying where you're like, you know, you're top 3 or something, right? You got like, you and your teammates are like, you know, top couple of positions. And they're still trying to pull ahead of you. It's like, bro, we're gonna score the same number of points no matter where we place. Don't try to vie for teammates' positions. It doesn't work out. Especially if you cause them to mess up and fall back like a bunch of positions. Anyways, we're gonna be at the last race. Man, it's been a while coming. Just go ahead and confirm the upgrades. Alright. We're off to the... Is that Mugello? Mugello circuit? If I'm pronouncing that correctly. It's a full circuit! Yeah, that or it goes the other way and teammates don't pull their weight. Yeah, you see like the 1 or 2 racers just sitting at the bomb and you're just wondering, oh boy, what did they run into?
Don't dive bomb into turns to pass. Also, the other driver won't see you until it's too late. Could end both your races way too early.
Yeah, we were just talking about this even. Don't be aggressive. At least don't be like super aggressive. Don't be so aggressive that, you know, you're being reckless. You gotta control your aggression. Channel it. Oh man, lap time at 2 minutes 29 seconds. The start point is right here. No torpedoes in the corners. Feel like that should be advice. That should be a loading screen tip. Going full speed in the corners is not advised. You'll just drive right through the other end of it, or into a wall, depending on how the track is constructed. We've all done that against AI. Yeah, again, the only time where I would deem it acceptable. Because, hey, you're not screwing anyone else over. And, again, they were definitely not playing fair, so why not? Utilize every trick in the book. In that case, yes. Sometimes it's the only way to get ahead of AI. That is true, yeah. Definitely had those moments where it just felt like I needed to, you know, hit the AI car in the right position so that they would kind of swerve off track and I could safely build some lead on them. Man, just look at all those folks over there just checking out the race, checking out the day's events. Gotta admit, I haven't been to a racetrack myself, but definitely had my brother tell me stories about being out there on a track. It's like going to any sporting event, right? You go out there, see it live, maybe partake in some of the events and the festivities and enjoy some of the food they have there. At the very least, you're out and about, so it's like pretty cool. The street scene last week was good for that. I never seen as much traffic. The AI had a very bad day. Yeah, it's an experience. The sights, the sound, the smells. It's something that you can't quite replicate. Of course, it's not for everyone, but it's definitely a different feel than, you know, watching it on a screen. So I guess the one advantage to watching it on the screen is that, you know, depending on how good the camera people are, you usually get a better view of the race, whereas, you know, live, you only got like a good view of that one section, and most of the other time, I imagine, probably reliant on the announcers or a screen, or maybe you're actually watching it yourself on another screen. Until you get that point where the racers drive by you and you can see it live. Yeah. I remember as a kid going home with a dirty face from all the diesel fumes from the racing semi-trucks. Ooh. You're a semi-race enjoyer. No, I haven't been to one myself, but I imagine that's also kind of its own feel. Different kind of feel. Quite expensive these days to go, I bet. Imagine they need to get the cost to kind of maintain those trucks somewhere. And, you know, I imagine trucks probably weren't built to race, so probably takes a lot more work to maintain the parts that allow them to race. And then there's things like merch on top of that, probably. There's like one other event type I remember going to a long time ago, and it was like a car auction. I think my parents were looking to perhaps grab a car for like cheap, so we all just went to one. It was definitely interesting seeing one live, right? Definitely seen the stereotype about auctioneers who can talk really, really fast, right? They like, Can I get a 100? 100. Yes, 100 from that fellow over there. Can I get a 150? 150. But obviously much faster than at the rate I am speaking. So seeing that live and just seeing people just like raise their cards to say, "Hey, I wanna bid that," and then all the way up. We were there for quite a while. I remember getting tired of it, just like going outside for a bit to kind of get out of the place and kind of get to be able to hear myself again. I don't think my parents actually got a car from that auction event, but at least I could say I experienced it, right? Oh man, really messed that up. Quite the sight seeing a 10-ton truck drifting around corners. Oh, I bet it is. Right, just thinking, oh, how do they do that? That's gotta take a ton of practice. Imagine back in the day, probably took a lot of like wrecked truck cabs too to get that right driving line down. Auctions are a good source for a bargain, that's for sure. As long as you're not bidding for like a highly sought after vehicle and, you know, the vehicles themselves are of good quality. That's always the thing about, like, you know, cheap things, right? If you get like the wrong cheap thing, the cost you would require to kind of, you know, keep it up, maintain it, might end up costing a lot more than if you just bought like a more expensive thing to begin with. That's why I like going to auto jumbles, just browsing the stalls and haggling over prices. Imagine some people get a good thrill of that. They're like, ah, yes, how's about I propose this price? And they try to counteroffer, or, you know, you try to sweeten the deal with maybe something else. And then eventually, you either reach an agreement, or like, yeah, maybe we can't reach an agreement, and yeah, move on with your day. And yeah, it's a fun thing about that too, right? You see a lot of things you might not see otherwise if you go to like a regular old store. It's like one of the things I like about cons, right? The vendors area and the artist alley. You can go there and see goods that you normally wouldn't be able to see in a regular store, and, you know, maybe get a shot at owning some of it, especially in the artist alley, because, you know, sometimes most of the time you would have to buy that stuff on like an online store or something. But now you can get it in person, so you don't have to worry about shipping, and you can kind of see it in your hand, see it in real life, so you can maybe get a feel for if you think this looks cool, has good quality, and then decide from there if you want to pick it up or not. Or you might stumble upon something that's like really cool that you wouldn't have seen otherwise in a regular store, and you're like, ah, I want that, and then you pick it up. A lot of money in vintage auto memorabilia. A lot of money in vintage things in general. There's definitely a crowd of people for that. Yeah, you always have to hit up the dealer's den at a con. Yeah, that way you don't have to go to Etsy like you said. Right. Cuts down on the weight, cuts down on shipping costs. You know, the artist will be very appreciative that someone has deemed their work worthy of a purchase. Wow, these guys are really confident for me on this track. Saying even if I start in 13th, I'm gonna finish first, huh? Yeah, you know what? I'll start here. I remember 14th being kind of like where I fell back to 3rd. Or you know what? How's about I start like the back of the front half? Do that. Can find some really good artists at the dens. Yeah, that's the cool part. It's like go across that stall and you just see that. Whoa! That's a really cool thing you got there. How much is it? I know a couple of my friends have definitely convinced me to pick up like a couple of acrylic keychains that I might have not considered otherwise. Wow, a 5-lapper. I wonder if that's why they had like a much better projection for me this race. Oh man. I almost think that car did that on purpose, just to make sure I didn't advance in position much. Oh wow. 3 wipeouts. Or at least 3 off tracks. That's gotta sting. Before you know it, you spent like 200 pounds. I definitely feel that. Definitely a number of cons where I pick up every little thing on impulse, like day 1 or day 2, and then I look at how much I spent, and I'm like, oh no, I gotta scale it back by like a lot. And I guess that's why one of the pieces of advice is set a budget before you go. Set a spending limit. That way, maybe you can at least have it in your mind, right? You psychologically prepare yourself for, okay, can I fit this within what I want to buy? Maybe it'll let you go into that mindset of, okay, maybe I'll walk around the entire room first, and then I can narrow down my choices as to what I want to pick up. If nothing else, at least you're setting boundaries. And that always seems to be the name of the game these days, is setting boundaries for yourself. Thought for sure I was going to pass him there, but I got him here instead. Alright, end of lap 1, and we're in the top 25%. I totally overspent at my first con. I was always a first time, right? It's like, I mean, certainly get it. In a new location, it's like just a concentrated well of things that are really awesome, and you just need it. You just need it right now. Yeah. I also wanted to buy everything. definitely gone through phases of my spending. Like, when I started out, it was like just mostly clothes items and, you know, random paraphernalia here and there. After a certain point, I started, like, buying figurines. You know, just, like, full-on PVC figures and stuff. I think at this stage, it's, like, mostly acrylic. So I, like, get, like, keychains or those acrylic stands. That's usually good enough for me. Personally still waiting until I can find like a good place to settle in, which is why I haven't bought any more PVC figures, because I haven't even set them up. Because it's like, if I do set them up, then after a certain point, I'm going to move, and I got to pack them back up again. I just want to like be at a spot where I know I'll be there for a long time, then I can just like, you know, set them up and then have them there for a while, not have to worry about doing anything with them. Just like clean them every now and then. Yeah, it's like, take my money now, right? Shut up and take my money. No, you got this thing I want. I've got the means with which to trade you and give you stuff. Yes, a collection room or something. Yeah, that would be my ideal. Just have a room which I can show off my figures and various paraphernalia of all the series I got into over the years. Yeah, I mean, you've probably seen them online, right? The people with the shelves of all their figures and maybe their stands and other related pieces of merch that they picked up. That's kind of what I want. Although for me, it'll probably be like several shelves. Maybe enough to take up a room, even. I think I got enough for that. But yeah, again, that would have to wait until I get like a proper house or something and not jumping from apartment to apartment. Haha, yeah, proper man cave. That would be my thing. Just like, have a couple shelves full of figures, the others filled with like video games, maybe video game related books. And then one side of the room, of course, would have the TV and all the consoles attached to it. And there would be a couch in the middle, maybe with pillows also related to video games. Yeah, that'd be a proper relaxation den right there. Proper place to kind of just kick back, relax, lose yourself in the moment. Man. If I could get like, I forget. If I remember correctly, Valve had like that thing where you could like stream your Steam games onto a television, right? I should find out if that's still a thing. So if I could get like a proper game room up, that would be definitely one of those things I get. Yeah, gotta have the various consoles on display. Right, it's like gaming through history. Oh man. There's like an arcade I visited that had something like that. They had like a sort of like console setup, and the aesthetics of it were like, you know, the style of aesthetics you might have for a console around that time period. So, you know, if you had like something like a NES or a Sega Genesis, you would see like, you would have like, you know, heavy wooden cabinetry along with the plush carpet floors and, you know, the recliner chairs that have the levers that you can use to just lie back on. Yeah. Aesthetics like that really gets you in the mood. Really sets the tone. Hits you in the nostalgia center. So, mission accomplished, right? End up with a room like angry video game nerds. Yeah. That would be pretty cool. Man. I am shocked that guy is still doing stuff. All these years later. He's definitely a much different person. But the fact that he's still doing AVGN videos. And seems to be a fairly respected fella still. Yeah. You know what? Just respect him for it, right? One of the first guys out there to do that sort of YouTube video game series kind of stuff, and well, oh wait, what? Nah, I can't let you pass me, not when I'm gotten him first. Yep, I have that too in my home office. All my consoles lined up in one wall, various prints I bought, and all my plushies all over everywhere else. That's my ideal end game right there. It'll happen one of these days. I'll get there. He's mellowed with age, as many people do, right? Yeah, I do remember watching his earlier stuff. He was definitely angry man personified, right? Just prone to yelling curse words, justifiably so, when he gets to certain parts in games. But I imagine these days, yeah, probably a lot less prone to that. Maybe more creative with insults as well. Oh my god. See that guy? Playing just like me, just like power on the head when they see that opening. Ah, what is this? This fella has driven off the racing line? This is my opportunity to blast ahead. And so they did. I miss his OG hand-drawn thumbnails for vids. Yeah, there's a certain kind of homebrew quality to that kind of stuff that makes it fun. Really makes you realize, yeah, it's like a one-person operation, right? This is a guy doing it passionately, right? He's doing all this stuff because he wants to. At least that's what it feels like. But yeah, as time goes on, you get a bunch of guest artists who draw the thumbnails because you're working on improving other areas of production for the videos and maybe doing other sorts of business-related things off the camera, so also gives the fans a chance to kind of put things out there too, to show their appreciation for your series, or maybe get their name out there if they wanted. Every single vid has been edited to have the usual YouTube thumbnail. Oh, right, yeah. The one where your face is like half of it, making some sort of weird expression, and maybe large text on the other half. And maybe in the background you can see like some sort of picture related to the video at hand. Yeah, unfortunately, if you want to, like, you know, get anywhere with the algorithm, you have to do certain things, so yeah. Guess I can't blame them for the hustle. Yeah, I wish it were different, but that's how it ain't. That's how it be not. That's how it not be. At least it's not as annoying as those arrows folks use. That's true, yeah. It's like you got enough things going on the thumbnail already. You don't need to try to direct my attention to where you want me to look at. And then you got the titles too. One thing that kind of annoys me these days. It's like not just a videos thing, but I also see it in like news articles where, like, it used to be like I remember this being a thing where, you know, the advice used to be where, you know, the title should be like a summary of what the body of the paper is going to be. But nowadays you see titles like that don't explain the whole thing. It's like, yeah, they might say something like, yeah, this movie got people angry or something like that, right? They don't say what it is, which I guess is different. It's supposed to be a different trick where they want people to get in there to see what the answer is, but it kind of makes me go, well, I'm not gonna bother with it, right? They can't bother to, you know, summarize their article in one good sentence, then I'll find someone who will. Thankfully, there's still folks out there who do that kind of thing, but seeing a lot of the Forza vids, 10 rarest cars and all that sorts of things. Oh yeah, there's that too, right? Top X, whatever. I think BuzzFeed for that. Anyways, we're first. Apart from that first race, we managed to sweep. So, good going. $17,000 credits. Power Tour has been unlocked. And parts. Alright. Or tier vids. Oh man, tier vids. See that a lot in like fighting games. You know what? We could just like jump to the next series. Man, that took me 2 hours to finish, so. Yeah, rating all FNAF games from worst to best, or character tiers, or, you know, even tiering random things like foods, horror movie, monsters, catchphrases. Oh, so next tour just kind of puts you back here. Oh wait, you know what? That works. We'll just continue down the line here with sedans. Let me get some water real quick.
For over a century, Germany has been at the epicenter of cutting-edge automotive
Ooh,
innovation,
I think I needed
building
that.
some of the very best sports sedans for 3 elite performance brands: the BMW M Series, the Audi RS Series, and the Mercedes-Benz AMG division. Each routinely delivers performance numbers once reserved for
Seen a lot of shipping ones lately. What, like tiering ships? Oh boy. Given all the battles that shippers already go through, tiering them, imagine, would result in an outbreak of wars. Just, oof. Alright. I guess I have to make a purchase here too. Which of these sedans do I want? Ooh, there's my car, the C63S AMG. Oh, yeah. See it here. Oh, wait, no, this one's a DLC car. Although we do have this one here. It's a coupe. Oh, it's because this one's Forza Edition. Oh wow, this one starts off in the S-Class though. Although the others are at A, so it's not like too far behind. Okay, which of these cars do I like the appearance of the best? Pig nose is on the BMWs though. Yeah. You can just hear him snorting. You just hear him snorting as you start him up. Let's see. I think I'm gonna take the E63S because that's like starts at 676. Colors. Alright, we'll go with a good navy blue. I enjoy a good navy blue, especially if it's like, you know, an outer jacket color. Something about like a navy outer layer combined with like maybe a lighter inner layer. It goes pretty well together. Alright, the Kyalami. I'm gonna go here first. Doing a Grand Prix circuit. Look at you going all classy with a nice E-Class. What can I say? I just like a fancy-looking car. This reminded me, I think my brothers and I were talking about like cars.
We shouldn't have much trouble finding grip out.
We're talking about just like high-end cars. I remember them going, "Yeah, man, it was like it would be real fun to have a Ferrari." Right? They were all talking about how they want to own Ferraris. I just like offhandedly mentioned like, "Yeah, but I don't know. I kind of like Lambos. Lambos look pretty cool to me." And then they were like, "Oh yeah, but those are like a lot more expensive, right? If you want like a fancy car, the cheapest fancy car you could get is pretty much a Ferrari." That's what they told me. Gotta have that luxury, right? And then, yeah, at least the one thing we all agreed on is like, you know, if you were gonna buy a car that expensive, it's only because you want to show it off. You're not actually going to like drive it everywhere. The most you might do is like drive it down the street like once in a while. Otherwise, that thing's probably gonna sit on the driveway or in the garage to show off to anyone who might show up. Because screw actually driving it and, you know, risking a crash or someone scuffing up the paint job or a rock just like flying in and causing a dent or a ding on the windshield. Who wants that? Lambos are a bit more expensive, but are a better daily drive over a Ferrari. I imagine as much. Yeah, I think the kind of money that my brothers and I make, yeah, no way we would ever afford one. Like, even Ferrari is just fantasy talk, right? But that would be the closest we get to, like, you know, a bougie car. And even then, you might as well pick something practical, right? Just get something like maybe a more current, like Honda or Toyota or Subaru or something like that. Maybe keep it for a weekend car. Maybe. Forget. I think there was like there's one particular brand of car where they wouldn't even consider selling it to you unless you got like a recommendation from someone else who owned a car like that. So yeah, it's the kind of thing that just it's only there for the super elites. So yeah, keep a hot hatch or something for track days or car meets. Yeah. Again, luxury cars there to just mostly to show off. You're probably not going to use it frequently, if ever. If it was up to me, I'd have a little K car for popping down the shops and stuff, and something bigger for all other times. I could see that. Different car for each situation. Yeah, if you need to go into town, definitely want a smaller car. And if you're going out in the country, you probably want something a bit more rugged. Which is why it always amuses me when I see something like, say, a really big honking truck in the parking lot for like a downtown shop. Because you know, whoever's driving that thing is only doing it to flaunt their vehicle. Knowing me, it'd be a Mercedes. Ooh. Fun stuff. Yeah, I guess it's like moments like these that make you really appreciate the work they kind of put into recording the various audio for things like the engine and the shifting of the cars and whatever to, you know, at least give you the sensation that you're driving the car that you're driving. Like, that takes work, man. So, gotta admire that. Attention to detail. Whoop. This ain't even a competition, it's just a practice lap. But they're going too slow! They could go faster, then I wouldn't have to overtake them. A Karen usually driving a big Escalade. Yeah, it always grinds my gears when I see... Well, it's like one thing to have a really big car that like barely fits an entire parking space. It's another thing to have. See that big car just like take up multiple spaces. I've definitely seen that here and there. It just makes me think, it's like, you know, they could just either like get a smaller vehicle or maybe find another space further away, but clearly they wouldn't be able to show off and it wouldn't be convenient for them. So that's why they do that. Convenience of others be damned. They will have their comfort. They will get their peace of mind come hell or high water. Alright, practice done. We out. Yeah, like when the H2 was popular and everyone wanted one. I remember that period of time when everyone... where it seemed like Cummers were everywhere. Yeah, thanks to Underground 2 and Pimp My Ride. Popularized a ridiculously huge vehicle that was utterly inefficient in gas mileage, but who cares? It's big and people will know that you're driving a big vehicle. Who cares what they think about you? They just know that you drive a big vehicle. Ooh, wow. They're not... Good lord, even at third, they're projecting a second to fourth win. Well, alright, you know what? We're gonna start third then. Sheesh. Is it gonna be that tough to get past two folks? Guess we'll see. I'm going to predict like 4 people just driving ahead of me at the start of the race. You know how it is, bigger is better, yeah. Some people really want to overcompensate for their egos. Huh. Start to think that projection might have been a bit too, okay, maybe they were onto something. Okay, wow. Hey everyone! And to compensate for other things too, yeah, exactly.
Total time penalty is about 2.5 seconds.
Whoops. Yeah, whatever. If I build up enough of a lead, then the penalty shouldn't matter too much, right? Be weary of anyone who would drive a Caddy 16 with that big bonnet. Yeah, sometimes it's not just the size of the vehicle, but you can see what they decorated it with too. I think the one people always say to watch out for are like the truck nuts, right? If someone just has like, you know, the simulated testicles on their car, then it's probably a good sign that whoever owns that vehicle is probably not the best person. Or, you know, you can also see like the bumper stickers and the vinyls they might have plastered on their car. That's usually a good indicator too. That's the ones I always find. How are they a thing? Like, seriously, I know, right? They're so detailed too. It's unnerving. People enjoy this stuff? Like, I don't get it. Yeah, we're gonna take that turn again. But yeah, that was always the thing about truck nuts. They give you a good idea of who you probably don't want to associate with. Some people shouldn't be allowed to customize cars. Absolutely. Certain vinyls and bumper stickers should not be allowed to be put on the car, but sadly that is not how we roll. So you just have to take them as the red flags they are, pretty much. Though it's definitely like a bigger red flag if you see like a particular customization that looks really off, or you know, it's like makes the vehicle really unsafe. I actually remember, reading a story about, a guy who just like created his own bootleg truck, like took a minivan or a sedan, I think, and just like cut off like the back roof part, and just like, I don't know, put some PVC pipes or wood beams or something on it just to create like a really bootleg looking truck. And they thought it was like the raddest thing ever, and everyone else was just like cringing super hard, as they should. That is like, that's like the summary of bootleg construction right there. It's like, oh man. Boy racers with the fart can exhaust, wide body, and the whole Need for Speed aesthetic. Yeah. Stuff like the underglow neons. Honestly, every time I hear the particular sound of like this car like shifting gears, I don't know, it reminds me of this really old game called Ray Force, where it was like, I don't know, it reminds me of that like particular line. I think it was like also called Galactic Attack when they localized it, but it sounds like that sort of beginning line where they're about to go make a left turn over. It's like they said that a lot in that game. The ungodly amount of speaker, console in the dash, etc., spinner, rims. Yeah, that's when you know they're trying really, really hard. They're trying so hard. And yes, a lot of it is popularized by Need for Speed. I remember, even like Need for Speed 2 made that into like a whole ass mechanic. Like you had to put in a bunch of those cosmetic parts to kind of increase the style rating of your car, or you know, however that worked. I forget because it was a while. Like even to the point where they even let you like purchase like a trunk speaker system. I remember that specifically being a thing you could do. Even that was like, you know, purely cosmetic, no sorts of performance related enhancements, but it gave you a style bonus. So yeah. Just ended up loading it up with aftermarket stickers to get the stars up. Yep, and boot neon. Yeah, everything you could to just like boost up that rating any way you could. And then once you've hit all the big slots, then you just slapped on as many of the little things that you could. All the cheap stuff, as many as possible, just to hit that threshold. Yeah, split bonnets, suicide, and scissor doors. Again, stuff that does not, like, you know, affect your gameplay at all, but it affects your appearance, it affects the other stuff around the game. I remember there being like a rumor that Underground 2 was going to get like an HD treatment. I heard that like a couple of months ago, so I don't know if that still holds any water or not. That would be like the one game I think people remember fondly, and if they did remake it, people would probably be pretty ecstatic for it. Even if it means they would probably have to do lots of relicensing deals and probably some significant changes, because imagine some of those licenses won't be easy to get these days. Why, oh why would anyone use Lambo doors on a Golf? Why indeed? Why indeed? But hey, if it gets the style up, then why not? Everyone played Underground 2. Such is the case. I remember my one brother picking that up like when it first came out long ago. And he did play a lot of it, so at least confirm that, yeah, they had one player. I do. Well, oh, right, it's second because I got the time penalties. Right, yes, that makes sense.
We finished P2.
Hey, you know what? Let's race 1 of 6. There's plenty of time to. Oh, 1 of 5. Well, still plenty of time to make it back up. And now we're gonna get performance parts, so it's all uphill or downhill from here, right? Purple man, I'm coming for you. Not just cars, but the soundtrack too was a big part of it. I can't imagine. Not to mention it was like, you know, one of the very first sort of open world styles for Need for Speed, because I remember even Underground 1 was like more of an event-based racer, and Underground 2 here is like, nah, you just drop you into the city. And that was like pretty cool for the time. Not to mention it was like a city done well too. You know, it's not like a city for a city's sake. It made it meaningful. A window into the mid-2000s, yeah, especially when you take on all the branding in the hand. It's like, hey, yeah, you all remember Singular? Nah, that got absorbed a long time ago. That's got to be one of the things they change, right? Like, if they do remake Underground 2, we're not gonna have a Singular menu anymore. They'll probably change that to something else, even if they just like, you know, change it into generic menu, which would probably be for the better. I mean, Best Buys are still around, so they might be able to keep that in, unless Best Buy doesn't want to play ball anymore. which case they change it out for a generic electronic shop. And then there's like other stuff around, the brands too, that they would have to renegotiate or change up depending on who's willing to keep it in or not. T-Mobile, Verizon, yeah. All that stuff. Oh, I was off track. Okay, mental note. Very easy to go off track in that section. Keep it in mind. Yeah, I imagine the whole tuner culture thing too, kind of representative of its time. Reminds me of how Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness was basically an advert for that fancy watch. Yeah, it's funny to see just like how much a brand permeates a work sometimes. The one I remember in particular was like Bones. So I remember they got like a really heavy sponsorship by a particular vehicle brand. Like to the point where they would have to like actually advertise the brand like within the TV show. It was weird. It was weird. They'd be driving to a crime scene and they'd be talking about this truck's features, like, oh man, we're gonna use this GPS to find our way there, and it's all very weird. That and Midnight Club, etc. Juiced. Oh man, Midnight Club. It was like that, and I guess especially Crazy Taxi. That was the one where people remember. I think the brands actually made the game to an extent, right? Because yeah, you see how all the remakes have the really, I got half a second penalty there. Apparently, I accrued a 0.8 second penalty earlier. Really gotta pay attention to this stuff. Okay, I think it was here. Alright, probably too late to do anything about the 0.8 second penalty, but I can do something about this. But yeah, Crazy Taxi, right? We always talk about how they need to go to a KFC or, yeah, Tower Records. And of course, the Offspring song, right? You tell someone Crazy Taxi, and they'll probably tell you back, yeah. To the point, the remakes obviously would have to take some of that stuff out due to licensing issues, and people go, hey, you know what? Gameplay's still solid, but it's just missing. It's just missing that something, right? It's missing that sort of the feel the game had when you were listening to the Offspring and carting people between Tower Records and KFC. Okay, so that's the other point where I maybe shouldn't do the off-track thing. Man, I can't believe I have to play this professional racing game like an actual professional racer. I kid, of course. Hey, they're keeping me in check, that's for sure. Needs that soundtrack, absolutely. Crazy Taxi just ain't the same without All I Want. It's All I Want is All I Want. Well, that and the KFC and Tower Records. That works too. Also, we see Crazy Taxi 1 remakes everywhere, but when are we going to see a Crazy Taxi 2 HD version? Or heck with that. Give us Crazy Taxi 3. I don't think we've seen Crazy Taxi 3 outside of Xbox. That and Jet Set Radio Future. They could bring those two off of Xbox. I would be satisfied. Okay, that wasn't an off-track penalty. Way down the line by the Offspring. I know, right? It was a real solid-looking game on the Dreamcast. Yeah, and it controlled real nice too. Even on the controller, it felt pretty good. Yeah, and then the home version also had like the crazy extras. Like, was it Crazy Taxi 1 had the crazy box, which gave you like 25 sort of mini games to kind of try to get through, and then 2 had like the crazy pyramid, which gave you some more mini games to get through. I forget if 3 had anything like that, but yeah. Ah, you know what they could do? They could do like a compilation game like they do with Sonic the Hedgehog and Mega Man. Just give us like the Crazy Taxi collection. Just give us like 1, 2, and 3 all in one package. I'm sure people would at least appreciate it. Alright, let's wrap up practice. I wonder if the penalty carries over. Are we going to start with like 0.8 second penalty? Probably do. I also like how their little stop card there had like Forza on it. Yeah, and the bowling and stuff, yeah. Also, it kind of helped you like learn about the advanced techniques of the game too, so you would learn how to like properly drift and, you know, get the right sorts of driving lines in there and stuff like that. That was like pretty neat. The home version also had the hidden car, the rickshaw. Yeah. Yeah, what was it? Like Crazy Taxi 2 also like let you unlock all the drivers from the first game, so you could have like 8 characters to play as. If I remember correctly, they also had like alternate styles that gave them like alternate stats and everything. It's like pretty rad too. Yeah, look at that. This projection, a lot more optimistic. Look at that. I could start at 8th place and they still say, hey, yeah, you're gonna finish first. You know, provided you don't like amass too many penalties. Alright, we're here in Indianapolis to not mess up. Axel was my guy. I think he was like a lot of people's guys. Alright, no, I think... What's the guy's name with the bucket hat? I think that's like the guy we usually see. If they have to pick a Crazy Taxi rep for a crossover game, he was usually like the guy they picked. BD Joe, yes, that's his name. I think about it. Did they call him BD as a like a pun on BD, or is this just like the 2 letters they decided to give him? That's his initials, BD Joe. I'm surprised they didn't ding me for that. His smile really reminded me of DJ from Street Fighter. Yeah. I remember him being like a very smiley kind of person, actually. It's like one of the things I like about Street Fighter 6. They kept DJ being like a really cheery dude, made that smile work even though, you know, the art style changed to be like kinda sorta realistic. They made it work. It's honestly one of the things I like most impressed of Street Fighter 6's style. managed to advance things, but it's not to the degree in which it looked uncanny. It still looked like it all fit. That's like pretty cool. I wasn't weirded out by it, and that's an absolute plus. It felt right. I just wonder how many times they had to like work that out just to make sure it looked alright. Can only imagine what it must have looked like I was there trying to hash out those details. Like, okay, maybe that's a bit too much. Maybe that's not enough. Oh, there it is, the sweet spot. Even in the animated manga film, he was all smiley. Yeah. I think that was like the thing for him. Just a very happy, cheery, lively fella. Which, again, they managed to get across in Street Fighter 6 really, really well. The way he just like dances in the character select, and how he's always just talking about having a good time, and how his representative stage is just a beach party. Yeah, he's got every reason to be happy. Guy's just living his life. Living a life of fun, relaxation, escape, just in a scenic locale, just getting to live it up. Man, why wouldn't you just be smiling? Really not a fan of how they aged the characters and made Goki look like a lion with that big hair. I do remember that being... I think it was in Street Fighter 5 that they had that look for him. Yeah, people thought it looked ridiculous. I guess they're keeping that. Which is kind of a shame, because they definitely did the age-up thing like pretty well with some of the other characters. Like, what is it? Carrion in Street Fighter 5 got like a pretty cool outfit update that's still called back to the old, but definitely matched her personality and felt like a proper outfit someone might have. And then Sakura also like had a pretty cool outfit update as well. Still kind of representative of the style she might carry, but just felt like new. Oh, and I guess there's Ryu. Like, I remember, was it Street Fighter 5's bonus Ryu costume got people talking. Like, there's a reason why they called him Hot Ryu. Had, like, the beard and everything. And then they just kind of went and made that a thing for his Street Fighter 6 costume as well. Let him keep the beard, let him keep his gi kind of around his waist and stuff. That was fun stuff. Oh wow, really messed up that turn there. Were there any like particular looks changes that you were a fan of? Like in any game, right? I was like, you see a character in one game, they looked one way, and then they kind of return for another game, they have like a bit of a wardrobe makeover. That really resonated with folks. I can't think of anything other than like Street Fighter that has seen people have like a positive reaction to outfit updates. Yeah, the alternates like Evil Ryu and Violent Ken. I feel like Evil Ryu is like the one that people are usually okay with because he was like the original, but yeah, you see them do other things. I think 5 kind of got ridiculous in that regard because while they didn't put in Evil Ryu, they put in these other characters that were obviously supposed to harken to things like Evil Ryu. Like what, they had Kage, which was like basically Evil Ryu, but not. And then they also had Oni, which is basically like more sinister Akuma, but not Akuma. It's like, I remember Mugen just like kind of taking the whole piss out of that thing. Like, the one character that always amused me was like slightly pissed off Ryu. It was just like, he's not evil, he's just like kind of annoyed. And then they like changed the voice set to just make him sound like drunk, I think. Which was its own amusement. P1! We're moving up. For me, the alpha version of Bison will always be my fave look of his with the cloak. Heh. You can always make things look more sinister with a good floor-length cloak that covers a lot of their body, or most of it. Wow, that car kind of looks like Bumblebee when I think about it. Alright, let's move on. 10,000 credits. And parts.
Silverstone is a fast technical circuit without much elevation.
I like that Sagat has a tiger with him now. Considering he has all those tiger moves, makes sense. I also like how he's like a clear example of like character progression, because I remember the guy started with the villains, but now he's firmly on the side of good. It's like defected, so that's like pretty cool. I think I liked his Street Fighter V costume. Actually reflected that too, where he's just, you know, another guy wandering the land because he's wearing that cloak and everything. And Street Fighter 6 also kind of saw the progression, at least a natural endpoint for certain stories too. It's like Ryu, you know, spent a billion games, you know, fighting his dark inner self, and then Street Fighter 6 comes around and is like, ah, yes, I'm at peace now. That's basically going to be his character, I imagine. He'll just keep being at peace, but they'll keep coming back because, you know, he's Ryu. He's kind of like iconic character. Can't have Street Fighter without Ryu. It was pretty amusing. They have to keep giving Ryu reasons to at least be involved in some way or another. In 6, it was like Luke. It's like, this is a guy who wants to challenge Ryu for some reason. His whole entire arcade route was about finding a powerful fella. I think it really amused me is like, what, the final... What, Ryu's story... Oh no, it was Ryu's arcade route. Yeah, it started with like him narrating it in the opening scene, but like the final stage of his arcade route has you fighting Luke, and then, you know, you end the fight and it's Luke just narrating the end. Ending is basically just, yeah, he just like beat me up and then started walking away. Oh my god, he's so cool. That was it. I'm like, yep, that's gonna be Ryu probably, unless they want to think of some reason for him to be more involved. That'll probably be the extent of his involvement. Yeah, as a guy I would say, go home and be a family man. Right. These folks are clearly at the end of their story arc, but they stick around because people want them to be around. It was like, I think Genfu in Dead or Alive, I think his story arc concluded in 3 or 4, but he continued appearing even in like 4 and 5, even though his story was done because, you know, he had a specific fighting style, and it would be weird if he didn't show up. And, you know, when he didn't show up in 6, I believe people were weirded out by that. Or Leon. Leon was the other one, I think. I think his relevance, like, began and ended with Dead or Alive 2, but, you know, when they left him out in 3, people are like, what the fuck? What, wait, is Bayman supposed to be his replacement? Nah, that ain't good enough. We want Leon back. And so they brought Leon back, and I think he continued appearing from then on, even though his relevance in the story was, like, not all that much. Though I guess in the Dead or Alive world, if you're not a ninja, then your relevance in the story really isn't going to be much to begin with. Oh boy, I do remember 5, just like people just really, really digging it. This felt like Dead or Alive just being updated for the then current gen of systems and doing a real good job of it, I guess. Also introducing a bunch of characters that people really, really dug. Also a lot of costumes. And then they went on to put out Dead or Alive 6, which, you know, had changed mechanics and everything, but fortunately couldn't make as big of a splash as 5 did, and they kind of ceased post-launch support of that, like, a lot more quickly than they did 5. Like, I remember 5 even, right? They had Dead or Alive 5, then they had Dead or Alive 5 Ultimate, then they had Dead or Alive 5 Last Round. I had, like, multiple editions of it. And then there's Dead or Alive 6, which is just Dead or Alive 6, and, you know, it's 4 season passes, and, well, that's the extent of it. I'm intrigued to what Heihachi's story will be in the new Tekken now that he's back from the dead. There's only so many times that I can face off with Kazuya. That is true. I mean, like, the majority of Tekken 7 was all about the Mishimas, right? If you weren't with the Mishimas or affiliated with them in some way, you weren't doing much. I'll be curious to see what the plot will be. Oh god, Dead or Alive Beach Volleyball. I remember when that first came out on the Xbox and people were just like, you know what? They would totally do that, wouldn't they? And then they went out and just, like, you know, put out more extreme games. To the point where it was like, what, Extreme 3 is just a gacha game? Just gacha for swimsuits and stuff for the Dead or Alive characters. The natural endpoint of everything. Less about the fighting and more about the dressing up part or lack thereof. Oh, hey, objectives completed. You know what I want to see? I want to see, like, them do a spin-off of Dead or Alive, but it's just a Style Savvy or Style Boutique. Why not? It's already a lot about the costumes to begin with. Why not? Why not just go all the way and just, you know, have them, like, do fashion shows and stuff, or be like Dead or Alive Manager. You just, like, pick a fighter and have them go around locations to beat up people. The jiggly animations, yeah. The always infamous option, age setting. And, you know, that really wasn't an age setting. Ooh. This one's a bit of a tougher projection here. Alright, let's start at 8th. Dead or Alive, Hot Couture. They'll all be watching me when I'm strutting my stuff on the catwalk. Ooh, we get a rolling start for this one. Alright. Rolling start! Whatever happened to the Virtua Fighter series? It seems like they haven't been able to get past 5 yet. They've definitely done a lot of like re-releases of 5. Like I remember when they put out the PS3 version, and you know, come like 2 generations later, they're still doing Virtua Fighter 5. Yeah, they really haven't progressed anything since then. I feel like at this point, if they just did Virtua Fighter 6, and it was just like Virtua Fighter 5 but with prettier graphics, people would probably be pretty cool with it. And, you know, throw in like a character or two, a new character or two, that would be pretty neat too. Oh yeah, that was like one of the things why I liked Dead or Alive 5. It was like, because it had the Virtua Fighter guest characters. I remember when they first announced that and thinking, it's like, oh wow, it's absolutely wild. But you know what? It fits, right? Because you could translate the Virtua Fighter controls pretty neatly to Dead or Alive. The only thing I was bummed out that it's like, because they could only use like the original audio, so you ended up with like a, like say Sarah Bryant that sounded really, really dated and garbly, you know, compared to everyone else who had crisp audio. One game I do remember was Rival Schools. I remember people loving that a lot. To the point where like when they had like a Rival Schools character make an appearance in Street Fighter V, become playable in Street Fighter V, people were like pretty excited for that. Yeah, because I know people enjoyed like the fighting mechanics, and on top of that, Sakura also kind of guest starred in one of the Rival Schools games, so the connection is there. And then they just went and connected it the other way. That's pretty cool. I forget, did Rival Schools ever get like a re-release? One of my fave characters from that was in Capcom vs. SNK. See, that's like the one series where I wish they would make a continuation. The last one we had was Capcom vs. SNK 2 back in like 2000-ish. It's been a long time, and I know people have been really, really hoping that maybe one day the two will get together and just make a third game. Like, I know that will like take a lot of work these days, considering, you know, the differences in you know, art styles that they have and fighting mechanics and what have you, but boy howdy, if they manage to pull it off, right? Manage to kind of unify it in a way that looks coherent and add in like, you know, enough favorite characters and make it mechanically interesting enough, people would be, they might have something on their hands. That would be like pretty rad. Because, you know, there are other chances for crossovers, probably not the best. I know it wasn't. They did try to do Tekken vs. Street Fighter, and that only lasted for like the one game. And I don't think Marvel vs. Capcom is probably going to get much traction anytime soon, especially after Infinite. Tatsunoko was the one people seemed to love a lot, but, you know, really didn't get past the Wii version. We haven't even seen like a remake of it, sadly. But yeah. That's why I guess people are looking to SNK and Capcom. You know, both two fighting game companies are still putting out games that are also well regarded. And they're fighting game companies. Both with a lot of properties under their belts, so if they wanted to, you know, create a big crossover game, they would have a lot of things they could pull from. It was really cool to see both companies doing art for each other, like SNK characters in Capcom style and vice versa. I do remember that. Yeah. Well, it was very interesting seeing, like, say, Ryu and, like, what they would be like if they were in an SNK game, and say Terry if they were in a Street Fighter, a Capcom game, a Capcom style. But yeah, can you just imagine if they're just like were given free reign to kind of just pull from whatever sources they could. Like imagine Capcom especially could, right? If they just like basically took the roster they had in Marvel vs. Capcom 3, people would probably love it. Well, they would have to add in Mega Man X probably, right? Add an X, Monster Hunter, maybe Sigma, and boom, probably got like a good start for a Capcom side right there. Oh, maybe swap out Spencer for like Super Joe. And I guess Chris for another Resident Evil character? Like maybe bring Jill back or put in Leon. Like they don't even have to change anything else about him, just put in someone other than Chris. Chris got his day in the limelight, several days in the limelight even. Ooh, they could probably also add in that one person from 8, Dimitrescu. As long as my boy Rugal is in, I don't mind. They would have to put that guy in. I mean, they put him in King of Fighters 15, so you know that fella's pretty popular. Would need God Rugal 2 and Shin Akuma. Pretty good end bosses right there. Or, you know, just like returning characters if they put in like new end bosses. Oh yeah, God Hand would probably be that one other character people would be over the moon for if they threw him in. Ooh, and Nero. Either Nero or V. You could imagine you could imagine like how they could translate that into like a 2D fighting style. Or heck, just maybe put them in both. Let's put in like 4 DMC reps. Alright, Dante, Virgil, Nero, V. Probably got a good roster right there. Oh, that reminds me, my other fave, Ignis from KOF 2002. I want to say he's also in 15. I think they brought back like every arc boss from over the series and into that game. So you had like Rugal and Ignis along with the new foe. I think people were speculating that they would have you know, the other big arc foe in there too. I guess that's how, you know, people will keep on hope, like, keep on having hope. It's like even 20 years later, 20 years after the last title in the series, despite having nothing else going on, right? Occasionally, someone will bring up, hey, what if, like, Capcom and SNK just got back together and made Capcom versus SNK 3? And people would go, yeah, dude, man, that would be so rad. You know, maybe start naming off characters they would like to see, like like I just did. Both have more than enough for a game. Yeah, exactly, right? That's the kind of thing where they could have like a really large roster to start. Or even if they don't have a large roster, they have a large enough back catalog that they could pick out enough characters to get some good representation in there, right? Like I did mention 4 DMC characters, but even if they just had, say, Dante and a second DMC rep, people would probably be pretty cool with that. It's like how Marvel vs. Capcom 3 especially, right? Really dialed back the number of Street Fighter characters, but as a trade-off we got Beautiful Joe, we got Arthur, we got Amaterasu, we got Zero, we got We got so many other Capcom characters. It was like the coolest thing ever. And then Ultimate, you know, brought in like Phoenix Wright, Firebrand, Nemesis, Strider. They brought Strider back, I should say. But yeah, Capcom side. Ah, man. Sure, there were certain missions that maybe people weren't very fond of, but you know, for the representation they had in there, it was like really great. Yeah, we need the legend as Mike Haggar from Final Fight, right? The guy got his due. The guy got his day in the limelight for MVC 3 and MVC Infinite, but he'd probably make a good addition in a theoretical Capcom versus SNK 3.
We finished P1.
Yeah, we did better that time. Look at that. Wow. Event 3 of 5, so we got 2 more races. Flows oil. It really flows oil. That little jingle is free. I said, if I remember correctly, was it Capcom versus SNK 2 had Maki? If I remember correctly, she was like originally a Final Fight character before appearing in like Street Fighter Alpha, if I want to remember. But yeah, the other Final Fight rep people weren't expecting. I mean, you know, people expect Guy, they expect Cody, they to a lesser extent expect Hagar, but Maki, all people. Hauser from Red Earth. Yeah, give us some Red Earth rep in there. Again, they have a really, really big back catalog to pick from. Lots of reps they can throw in there. We're gonna upgrade our car to S-Class. All right. We're off to Hakone. All right. I remember this track from the intro. Nakaruru. She's from Samurai Showdown, right? I think I played as her in King of Fighters 15. She was like pretty fun there. Yeah.
In Hakone's high-speed S's, hug the inside of both turns, but stay clear of the red and white curbing, which can upset the car.
Yeah, that was like the SNK example of kind of like mixing the old with the new, because you know they had Hao Maru, you know, the face of the franchise. Yeah, Nakaruru, one of the popular reps, and then they also threw in Darlie Dagger as like the third person to Team Samurai, the new character from the latest game. It's like, you know, good mix of old and new. I guess it's like the same deal with Marvel vs. Capcom 3, right? They had just 4 Street Fighter reps, but they managed a good spread of picks there. You had Ryu, of course, Chun-Li, of course, Akuma, of course, and then the 4th rep, Sea Viper, because you know she was from the most recent game, also one of the more popular picks from there. Someone you could easily make a unique playstyle out of, so that's pretty rad. I do remember for the longest time, people were thinking that like Rashid from Street Fighter V would show up in Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite. But unfortunately, that game's DLC plans kind of got canned after the first pass, so whether that would have come to fruition or not, we will never know. For Capcom, bring back Captain Commando. Yeah, his super combos in MVC2 were fun. I think a lot of people like that guy. I remember a lot of people, maybe not a lot, but I remember some people being disappointed that the guy didn't get like a 3D update in 3. Like, he would have been pretty cool. Definitely really show-offy kind of guy. And yeah, that one super where, like, you know, the rest of the squad just comes in and beats up the guy along with him was, like, pretty fun. Yeah, can definitely see an argument for that guy to come back. You know, I'm sure if I, like, sat down and just, like, thought for a while what would be a good Capcom side roster for the next Capcom versus game, I'd probably easily break, like, 50 characters that I think would deserve a spot. And then the hard part would be trying to pare that down to a more reasonable number. Like, maybe down to 25 or something. Yeah, they got, like, that many dudes on there. I'm trying to think if the next Capcom versus game would include a Street Fighter 6 rep. Who would be the most likely? Personally, I would probably want it to be Marisa, because I used her a lot when I started out, and she was like pretty fun, pretty straightforward, just like, you know, 90% of her strategy was just, you know, keep charging forward. All her special moves were basic. Most of her special moves are basically just advance forward and punch or kick, depending on what you wanted to do. So I imagine she would make for a good beginner character. Probably wouldn't be Luke because he would be too similar to Ryu. I could see a case for, like, maybe Jamie or Kimberly. Jamie might be funny because he does the whole drinking shtick. Or maybe they could do what they wanted to do with Infinite and just throw in Rashid. He would be a good candidate for just really exaggerating the heck out of his moves. Ruby Hart! She was a really good character with the pirate gimmick. Yeah, she was like one of the 3 original characters they created for the Capcom side back in the day, right? It was like her, Amingo, and, oh, wait. I was gonna say Sansan, but Sansan was actually a Capcom game. Admittedly, you know, she did get a whole moveset and everything, which she didn't have in her home game, but still. Yeah, that would be pretty funny, just to call back to Marvel vs. Capcom 2, just bring them back. It's like, yeah, hey, we were part of a whole multi-dimensional crisis before. This is just old hat for us. Yeah, Sansan. Like, I remember, I think Ruby Hart was actually, like, kind of core to the plot of Marvel vs. Capcom 2, even. At least what little of it there was. I remember, what, her ship being, like, a big deal? And she was, like, in the ending scenes, too, if I remember correctly. Darkstalkers need some representation, like Anakaris or Dimitri. Yeah. They put Dimitri in Infinite. But if they could keep that train rolling, that would be pretty cool. Also, hello, homie fanboy Alexis VT. Welcome, and thanks for checking me out. Also, thanks for the follow, too. Yeah, Metal Slug. What is it? SNK versus Capcom had like Mars People as one of the characters you could play as, but kept throwing Mars People and maybe like a main Metal Slug rep. Could definitely see potential there. I got you cute as a back, boy. Thanks. Oh, practice is finished. Alright, you know what? We'll wrap things up here. Wrap up practice, I mean. What are SNK? What are SNK games I'm thinking of? Yeah, SVC Chaos. I mean, if nothing else, they managed to pull in characters that haven't seen a fighting game representation before. Like, that was the game that had Zero, but it was like the Mega Man Zero incarnation, which was pretty neat. Especially after, you know, Marvel vs. Capcom 3, which brought in the Mega Man X version of Zero. Alright. Oh my. They're... The projection is scaled back for this one. Alright, we'll start at 5th place. Yeah, if I remember correctly, people weren't like too fond of that game, but at the very least, their character choices were inspired to an extent. Heart. Pretend I'm giving out hearts. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've like sat down and just like looked over SNK properties. I could probably pick out a pretty sizable roster for them too. It felt very bare bones. That would do it, wouldn't it? All you got is like arcade mode and network mode. People usually don't take too fondly for it. I mean, just not a lot of characters to choose from. Yeah, that would also do it. For a crossover game, if you don't have a lot of reps, especially when the two companies have theoretically a ton of reps to choose from, it doesn't give the best look. But even then, they managed to pick from some some pretty cool sources, so yeah. There's always Billy and Jimmy Lee for some Double Dragon rep. Thought they were like Tecmo though. I think now they're owned by Arc System Works, so it's kind of like a different, it's its own thing. And in fact, I think Double Dragon actually got its own crossover. If I remember correctly, they're in like the River City Girls games. Like at the very least, some characters from the Double Dragon series show up there. You know, that reminds me, I have not played River City Girls 2 yet. That game came out a while ago. I think people were pretty fond on that. I played like River City Girls 1. I had a lot of fun with that. It was irreverent in a way that I really dug, so one of these days I'm gonna play the second game. I think I was just waiting for a discount, because I remember correctly, the game came out at like $25, $35, and, you know, sure, it completely justifies the price, but not sure if I'd be willing to pay that much for that game. Oh, if I remember correctly, there was that that roguelite Double Dragon game that came out recently. That basically like let you play as a ton of characters, but also had like roguelite features in it. Like you would go through like the 4 stages in a random order, and you would also randomly get skills and stuff. And of course, you would have the meta currency that would let you unlock more characters. I think it let you do that much at least. Yeah. seemed like people were like, thought it was okay. Maybe not the best, but they did a pretty good job of translating Double Dragon into his quasi-roguelite setup. The other Double Dragon game I remember for being really rad was Neon. I think I played through that as part of like a PlayStation Plus promo really long time ago. I remember really enjoying it because it was also irreverent. Like, also very, representative of the style they want to evoke. Like I remember their special abilities were on cassettes, and they would all play their own song when you used them and everything. What the bad guy was like just basically Skeletor, but called Skullmageddon instead. Had the same nasally voice and everything, and then the game ended with the villain just singing a whole ass theme song as he fell from space. It was all really great. Be nice if Namco went into their catalog for guest characters. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Although, what would they appear in? Also, wasn't that like the whole thing about Project Cross Zones? Like a bunch of Namco characters showed up in sort of a strategy RPG thing. It was like Capcom, Namco, and I think there was a third company in there. I forget. But yeah, that was kind of their crossover deal. I remember thinking it was like pretty wild. Right, it's just like Klonoa teaming up with
One more. Finish strong.
Resident Evil and Soul Cow and Tails, I want to say. They've had guests in Soul Calibur before. Yeah. I think that was like the game that kind of got people into the idea of guest fighters in games, especially since, what was it, the old classic GameCube version of 2 had Link in it. And people were thinking, oh man, just having Link in this game that is not the Legend of Zelda series and is beating the crap out of everyone else is like the raddest thing ever. And of course, that's the only time you actually get to play as Link. Like, even in the Soul Calibur 2 HD versions, best they can do is spawn in Heihachi, because they're like more platform agnostic these days, which I guess makes it a bit of a shame. Like when they put Soul Calibur 2 HD on like Nintendo consoles and they still didn't put Link back in. I guess they wouldn't have like version parity then. Yeah, the Dreamcast. Wait, what? If I remember correctly, it was the PS2 that had Heihachi. Xbox had Spawn. And Darth Vader was in Soul Calibur 4. I think he was like a base game guest for the PS3 version. The Xbox 360 version had Yoda, and then both versions had Star Killer.
Well done.
I think that was like the wildest crossover back then too. It's like, what? Star Wars and Soul Calibur? Really? That styles couldn't clash anymore. And even if you didn't try, right? It's like one was just like pseudo-future. Well, not pseudo. It was futuristic, even if it was a galaxy a long time ago. It was basically like space future. And then Soul Calibur was like all medieval. And of course, lightsabers not just bisecting the entire Soul Calibur cast was very suspect as well. I can't remember. It's been that long. Understandable. Yeah, Soul Cal 4 was mid-aughts, so yeah. And it's like, you know, the version people usually don't remember too much. It was like 4 and 5, right? 3 was still like the point which people remember somewhat fondly, even if it was a PS2 exclusive. I think it was mostly because they introduced the creative fighter and had a bunch of side modes in it, so people are like pretty cool with it. It was weird having Heihachi speaking English in Soul Calibur. I imagine it was. Especially since, like, even in Tekken, in the English versions, he would still speak Japanese. But then again, Tekken universe, everyone just basically had like a babble fish. They could understand each other even if they were all speaking their native language. At least 5, I think, actually kind of turned the ship around for guest characters, at least, because people were like pretty cool with Ezio. Even if the time period was off, at least aesthetically, he fit in there with everyone. And then, of course, 6 had The Witcher. Again, aesthetically fits, and everyone liked The Witcher. So he was like pretty cool. And then 2B was a stylistic clash, but hey, Nier Automata was cool, so they let it pass. And then How Maru from Samurai Showdown. You know what? He fit both ways, right? He fit every single way. Like a fighting game character, aesthetic fit, and people liked the guy and the series, so they were like, yeah, put him in. One of the best for me will always be Soul Blade. Played that to death. I know a lot of people were fond of that game. It was like one of the first, so yeah, I can see why. Did Soul Blade ever get like an HD release? Like I know people always do like Soul Cal 1, Soul Cal 2, but you know, outside of that, you really don't see any like other HD Soul games. I don't think. Oh, I forget. There was like that one PSP game that also included Kratos, right? It was like Broken Destiny. They didn't have any of the Star Wars characters, but they had Kratos. That was pretty neat. Not that I know of, man. Like, I don't know. If they did like Soul Calibur 3 HD, then people might be okay with that. might be weird with the character creation and everything, but... Or who knows, maybe they're hard at work with Soul Cal 7. Especially since Soul Cal 6 kind of, you know, revitalized interest in the series and got people thinking much more positively of it now. I remember being thoroughly impressed by it. Just listening to the character select screen alone, right? Listening to that music and seeing all the roster of the people you knew and loved back. It was just like, man, what a bounce back. Return to form. One of the more successful ones for sure. Sexy Ivy Valentine, yeah. It was kind of funny, right? She's known for her leotards, also wields a whip. It's like, yeah. Yep. She definitely ticks off a lot of checkboxes for folks. I think it was like Soul Calibur 4 that kind of hit that sort of peak of ridiculous costumes. That Snake Blade is awesome. Yeah. It was like kind of fun too, how it could like change into sword form and then change into whip form. And then she had that one special move that where like, you know, the pieces of the whip just broke off and then impaled you one by one. Super difficult to pull off, but if you manage to land a hit and do the move, Yeah, all the people just staring in awe, going, "Oh man, oh, they're styling on you." Yeah, I do hope that they're hard at work for Soul Calibur 6, because boy howdy, they really turned that thing around. And the place where they left the story off has some really interesting implications. It's like pretty cool why they almost like justify the plot of Soul Cal 6 with like their final bits of plot they've released. It's pretty cool. 6 is 2018 and still 60 pounds on Steam. Oh man. On the other hand, I imagine if like a sale period goes up, it'll get a deep discount. So, just wait till then, right? I believe the autumn sale is about to come up soon. I'm like 90% certain that game will receive a really deep discount. It's honestly the way to go. If you want a game on a budget, just wait for big discounts. Like I remember seeing Need for Speed Payback. It was like $3. $3 for a deluxe edition, right? I know people aren't exactly fond of Need for Speed Heat, but you know what? For $3, I'll probably get my money's worth out of it. Even if it is short, and even if it is ultimately mediocre. Hey, $3, what? That'll be fine. It'll be fine. I hope that Capcom Fighting Collection will be on sale. That looks great. We can hope, right? Personally, I'm hoping like the Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection goes on sale, because I got Volume 1 as a gift, and now I want to get Volume 2 just to complete it. And hopefully they like put the DLC on sale as well, because yeah. I do imagine that the older Capcom collections will probably get pretty good discounts. Maybe not like huge ones, but they'll probably get pretty good ones. Oh. I just realized this particular course only has 2 practice laps. So not even practice rounds are bound by like a 3-lap rule. If the lap time is really long, then yeah, they'll only make you run 2. Looks like the threshold is the average lap time going to be 3 minutes, then will only make you run 2 laps. Makes sense. But yeah, even if you decide to hold off on the autumn sale, there's going to be like a winter sale just a month later. So yeah, we're about to hit that period of sales for stuff, especially on the video game storefronts. So yeah, just wait till then. Can get yourself a wealth of games that way. I know there's a few I'm looking forward to seeing go on sale. It's mostly stuff that I favorited because played them on like the Steam Next Fest, and I was like, oh man, these games are like pretty cool. Just wait for the full release to come out, and then maybe I'll pick them up. There's definitely quite a few I want to get. 14% off of the Redout 2 bundle. Ooh, it's pretty cool. That said, I did have it on Humble. I think I got like one of the Humble bundles a long time ago, so I did redeem for that. Although they are still putting out DLC for that game, so I'm still keeping an eye on that. I did pick up like a couple other racing games too when they were on sale, so... Oh, required objectives completed, so let's move on. Game, season pass, and the soundtrack. That's a pretty good bundle deal. I imagine that's also like one of those games that will probably get a really big discount on a sale. That's like the plan. That's like my plan for PC game purchases these days. If I don't get them day one, I'm just gonna wait for either a compilation or for a big sale. It was like my strategy for like the NetherRealm fighters for the longest time. Alright, I didn't get Mortal Kombat 10 or Injustice 2 until they had the complete editions, until they like, you know, did all their DLC releases they were gonna do, and then they put out their Ultimate Editions that came packaged in with all the DLC. Oh wow. Jeez Louise, even if I start at third, they're projecting only a first to third victory. Alright, you know what? I'll trust you on that. Got more DLCs than games on my wish list. I get that feel. I'll definitely have to remember to get House Flipper 2 in December. Oh, is that when that's coming out? I've yet to play House Flipper 1. I did get that game on the Humble Bundle a while ago. I think I got like DLC piece or two for it as well. I feel like that would be one of those games I save for when I really, really just want to kick back and relax. Just have to make sure to check the option to change cockroaches into glass. What the heck? Are you for real? This is where my rewind power stops. God damn it. Can I just restart? No. Exit? Really? I just gotta go from here. Alright, fine. The one time where the driver's fierce commitment to the line set me back. It's so chill. Good DLCs for it too, like Farm and Pets. Whew. Yeah, I can imagine both those DLCs kind of switching things up in a meaningful way. They hide it under the exit menu. Oh, is that it? Huh. Really? Just... Oh, right. Yeah, I can see the arrow here. It's like the menus on the Windows apps. Oh, yep. Restart race. Why? Why would they do it like that? Seems like a completely unnecessary step, especially since, you know, that's the only option that has, like, the extra thing. Like, I feel like it wouldn't break the menu too much if they just had restart and exit or quit event, just like on the landing page. All right. Yeah. I do like this. Any earned credits and XP will be saved. So all you're really going to lose is like your race progress. Okay. Oh, thanks for letting me know. Saved me a whole race's worth of misery. Nice getting a little pupper to help you by holding the paint pot in its mouth for you. Oh my god! Probably looks really cute too. The kind of thing that would really, really relax a person. Right? It's like person's bestest friend, just doing what they can to help their human out. Wow, that went by much better. That's right. I'm gonna smoke you. I'm gonna smoke you so bad this time. It's payback for that spin out. They can even get little paper hats too. Oh my god. Yes. Wow, I finally got the achievement for scoring a 9 on a track segment. There's actually like a couple of simulator games I wanted to maybe check out, but haven't gotten around to. I did Power Wash Simulator. That's like, everyone knows it, everyone loves it. It's pretty good. Crazy DLCs and update locales you can go to. House Flipper, I think I mentioned wanting to check out. Another one I wanted to check out was like PC Building Simulator. I think I got that in like a Humble Bundle a long time ago, and bunch of assorted DLC for it, and I want to see how I would do with building a PC. Seems like it would be a fun thing to try, maybe once or twice or several times. Wow, I just realized this track has 4 laps, and each lap is like about 3 minutes. So we're gonna be on this one for a bit. Could you imagine if this track went up to like 10 or something like that? That would be quite the endurance race, that's for sure. Get dogs, cats, fish, snakes, guinea pigs, hamsters, rabbits, birds, spiders, turtles, iguanas, and rats. As a good spread of pets. Enough to satisfy a good number of pet owners out there, that's for sure. Yeah, they really covered everyone. I do like how they even have ones that are a little bit out of the way when people consider pets, like the iguanas and snakes and spiders and turtles. Yeah, so like when people usually add pets, it's like maybe the mammalian kind, maybe the smaller kinds, right? The furry kinds, right? Less of the. It's like either animals or birds. It's like less reptiles and insects and arachnids. So that's like pretty cool that they include some of those as well. Lots of breeds too for the dogs and cats, of course, because a lot of people love dogs and cats, so you better have varieties out there. Because there are a ton of varieties of dogs and cats. Damn, you cute and you have got a sexy voice. Oh, thanks to Frosty Clip. I have to admit, I'm still a little bit self-conscious about my voice, so I do appreciate it when other people find my voice enjoyable. Also, welcome, and thanks for checking me out. Oh, and thank you for the follow as well. I had to admit, this particular appearance is like a seasonal one. I'm doing it mostly because of Halloween, and it's still here because I still have some unfinished business in a Halloween-related game, which I will get around to this Sunday. Costume Quest 2. I'm like in the last third of it, about to hit up like the final area, and then we're gonna wrap that game up. The first computer was owned by Adam and Eve. It was an Apple with terrible memory, one bite and everything crashed. Some parts of that seem suspect, but... Oh, wait. Oh, I get it. It's a bite, Apple bite. I get it. Okay, you're right. The world crashed. Yeah. Their whole life went crashing down in front of them. Okay, that's a good one. I enjoyed that. Yeah, sorry. Sometimes I'm like slow to be on the uptake of certain things sometimes, so. Are you trying to flirt with me? You're flirting with me, Frosty Clip? I mean, that was like a pretty good line there, but I don't know. I'm not I'm not much into flirting. Yeah, blame the concentrating on the racing. Yeah, you know what? We'll go with that. Gotta keep my eyes on the road. Hey, yes, okay. I figured as much, but yeah. Let me see. Well, I'm not really looking for anyone at the moment, so you're not really gonna get anywhere with me. Sorry. Pretty close. You know, I was talking with a friend while we were playing Forza Motorsport last week, and I think it like took him for a while to realize that there was a helicopter following them. You could totally see why they would have the helicopter, because that's how you get like the cool overhead shots and everything. Guess he wasn't like really paying attention to that, but it's kind of a nice touch, right? You can imagine them having that in like the actual event, so that you can get those cool overhead shots. Got that real TV feel, I know, right? If I remember correctly, that's like one of those things that people will usually point at for like sort of a performance-saving trick. I think there was like another game that kind of had something like this too, that had like an aerial vehicle, but when they kind of like took a real close look at it, they noticed that the vehicle is kind of like lower in texture quality and poly and resolution and sort of animations and all that, but really didn't need it to be super detailed because, you know, you're probably only going to be seeing it from a distance, so it's not like they needed like a hyper detailed helicopter like they might for another game, because you're rarely ever going to get up close with it. Jeez, I think I'm going to take that section again, actually. Surprised they didn't borrow the Horizon Badlands one from the expansion. Huh. Who knows? Maybe they just might have, right? Just like take the helicopter model from that game, bring it over here, maybe just add a stylistic change here and there to make it better fit the mood of this game, and yeah. Again, since you're not looking up at it, since you're not looking at it up close, it probably wouldn't take as much effort to kind of change it up enough to make it fit within a professional racing context. It's had a stealth paint job. Yeah, let's go with that. It's become a stealth copter. A high altitude stealth helicopter.
Nicely done. We finished P1.
Yeah, let's go. That's first overall. Again, a little bit of a rocky start, though less rocky than the other series we were in. That was only because I accrued too many time penalties. If I hadn't, it would have been a clean sweep. But that's okay. In this game, you don't need clean sweeps, you just need to be pretty high up overall. And even if you're not high up overall, they'll probably let you pass through anyway. Yeah, another gold trophy. Another one for the shelf. We got a legacy tour. Alright, I'm actually gonna... AMG power for the win. Oh yeah. Especially when you throw upgrades in there. Boy, oh boy. I think it's like, thanks to the practice rounds, that series take a lot of time to go through. Look at that. We've only went through 2 series, but it took us like 4 hours. I mean, I remember my brother started Forza Motorsport last week, and he very quickly got to the point where it was like, yeah, screw it, I'm just gonna skip practice, get to the race. Let's just race, right? Granted, you are, missing out on stuff like the car experience and learning the lay of the land and how your car handles, but I guess that's something he's made peace with. And you know what? That's cool, right? He plays his way. But yeah, anyways, we got a gold trophy, super sedans, a gold trophy, and sports cars. So we made some good progress, and we got a long way to go. We'll probably finish Modern Tour next week, and then we can start on the Enthusiast Tour. I wonder what the reward showcases are like. One thing I miss from Motorsport 7 was like the one-off series they had, right? That had you doing like non-race things. They had you doing like drift tests and passing through cones and all that good stuff. I kind of missed that. I wish they had a few of those. Oh well. They still have all the base professional racing stuff, and I know that's like what most people came here for. So, hey, you know what? they're getting that. And imagine, give it time, right? Give it maybe a post-launch release here and there, and maybe we'll see some more unique things come out of it. Along with cars. I think I need to do the featured stuff. If I remember correctly, this is like either a monthly or a weekly thing, so it's not going to stick around. But this will be something I do on my own time. It'll give me something to do while I'm, waiting between advancing the Builders Cup in Forza Motorsport. Anyways, that's a lot of rambling. I think I'm going to go ahead and call it here. Thanks to everyone who came by and lurked. Came by and chatted. I appreciate each and every one of you. I know there's a new track coming. I think that's one of the things they said they would update the game with, right? Yeah, that makes sense. It's like, yeah, come back with more tracks, because I did hear that you do see a lot of repeats, and I can see how there would be a lot of repeats, especially when you have like you're going through like 80-ish races, yeah. And you don't have 80-ish environments, you're going to see several repeats of tracks. Nah, don't leave, bro. Don't leave the homies alone. Sorry, but I got work tomorrow, and I gotta get to sleep so that I'm not late for work. Yeah, have a good one. You have a good one too. All right. Yeah, I'll be back on Friday though. I'll be back on Friday. We'll continue Sea of Stars then. I'll let you know right now. We're gonna see some big things go down. We're like right on the doorstep of a big dungeon, and it's going to either resolve a conflict or introduce another twist that will just end up with bigger stakes. So it's gonna be intense. All right, I'm gonna look for someone to raid. We'll see who's on tonight. Man, there's like quite a few folks on tonight. These folks I would be interested in giving a look-see. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna check some other tags here. It's the usual mix of Valorant and Apex and Minecraft. Oh, and Overwatch. I think Overwatch has I saw that Overwatch 2 had like a K-pop collaboration. Seems like the wildest thing to me. Okay. Alright, I think I have found someone. See if they're open to raid. Yeah, I keep forgetting that I should probably stop raids after I conclude gameplay, but alright. Cool, this one went through. Icecap TV is playing Grounded. That's like, what is it? An Obsidian game? All about getting shrunk, and then you're playing a survival game after that, right? It's like first-person survival, right? Get resources, build structures, make equipment, and then survive against giant-sized versions of little insects that would normally give you no problem. Pretty famous for having like that arachnophobia setting that turns spiders into little blobs, but hey, you know what? It means I don't have to deal with spiders. I'll take little blobs any day. Yeah, I guess if you want to join in on the raid. So we'll say we're sports and stands champs. Yeah, give them that. If you're joining on the raid, give them that. And if you're not, have a good rest of your week. I'll see you on Friday for Sea of Stars. Have a good one.